Chapter 2251. A Heaven-Defying Tao Cultivator? What's that? I know about Tao cultivators, but what's a heaven-defying Tao cultivator? This is my first time hearing about a heaven-defying Tao cultivator as well. Most people in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saintland were confused when they heard people speculating that the current successor of the prophet progeny was a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. What was a heaven-defying Tao cultivator? As those who speculated that the current successor of the Seven Absolute sect was a heaven-defying Tao cultivator gave further explanations, the others finally understood the meaning of the words heaven-defying Tao cultivator. As it turns out, a heaven-defying Tao cultivator is a Tao cultivator who has mastered the heaven-defying art of cursing. There's only one heaven-defying Tao cultivator in the history of the Tao Martial Saintland. That heaven-defying Tao cultivator was the successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolute sect during the era of the prodigy sword saint, Feng Qingyang. It's said that the successor of the prophet progeny could kill people from 10,000 miles away with the heaven-defying art of cursing. Most importantly, with his cultivation base at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage, he could even kill people at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. During that era, people below the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage were terrified of the successor of the prophet progeny. After all, they wouldn't be able to defend themselves if the successor of the prophet progeny wanted to kill them. At that time, many people rejoiced that the old prophet didn't manage to break through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. Otherwise, if he managed to break through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, he would be immortal. It was only a matter of time before he broke through to the eighth form, the ninth form, and even the eminent celestial stage. Who in the Tao Martial Saintland would be able to defeat such a terrifying person if he broke through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage? Everyone in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saintland was shocked when they learned about the heaven-defying Tao cultivator. As it turned out, there was such a heaven-defying Tao cultivator in the history of the Tao Martial Saintland. He could kill people from 10,000 miles away. What kind of terrifying technique was that? I can't believe another heaven-defying Tao cultivator has appeared in our Tao Martial Saintland after 100,000 years. Moreover, he's also the successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. This successor is even more terrifying than the successor from 100,000 years ago. Based on how she managed to kill the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect from 10,000 miles away, her cultivation base is at least at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. After all, the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect is at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Not only was the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he was also ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Now that the successor of the prophet progeny from the Seven Absolute sect has killed him, he'll replace him as the 10th powerhouse on the Supreme Saint ranking. The female disciples of the Seven Invincible sect are indeed monsters. Indeed. Especially this descendant of Tianji, he's even more terrifying. With her suspected cultivation base at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, it's only a matter of time before she breaks through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage and becomes an eminent Celestia. The current successor of the prophet progeny from the Seven Absolute sect is indeed terrifying. Once she's fully grown, she'll be able to kill anyone with just a thought. How can there be such a terrifying technique like the heaven-defying art of cursing in this world? It's simply heaven-defying. In the upper province of the Tao Martial Saintland, as news of the current successor of the prophet progeny from the Seven Absolute sect being a heaven-defying Tao cultivator at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage spread, it caused another wave of panic. Such a terrifying heaven-defying Tao cultivator actually had an endless lifespan. Just hearing about it sent chills down people's spines. They did not feel safe at all. It's good that we didn't offend the Seven Absolute sect. However, I'm afraid the three great sects are in trouble. Many people sighed in relief when they thought about how they did not have any conflict with the successor of the prophet progeny from the Seven Absolute sect. While they heaved a sigh of relief, they also silently mourned for the three great sects. After all, the enmity between the three great sects and the Seven Absolute sect had been accumulated for 100,000 years. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were absolutely irreconcilable. For the current successor of the Seven Absolutes sect, the sect master of the Heaven Divination sect, is probably just the beginning. I think so too. With her strength, she might not be able to threaten the powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the three great sects. However, she can kill those below the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage with just a thought. Terrifying. It's too scary. Most of the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land felt that this was not the case. After the Seven Absolute sect's current successor killed the Heaven Divination sect master with the life-reversing art of curse, he would definitely make his move on the other three great sects. At this time, a different voice sounded. The Seven Absolute sect has appeared and killed so many powerhouses from the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect. Don't tell me they don't care about humans at all. After all, the devil clans from the land of exile have already invaded the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. They might invade the upper province at any time. Similar voices could be heard everywhere in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At this time, many people disagreed with this. As far as I know, the people from the three great sects have killed countless members of the Seven Absolutes sect over the past 100,000 years. Now that the Seven Absolutes sect finally has a few outstanding disciples, don't tell me they're not allowed to take revenge. That's right. Although revenge breeds revenge, the enmity between the three great sects and the Seven Absolute sect is already irreconcilable. In the face of such enmity, it's meaningless to talk about the righteousness of the human race. Although there were quite a few similar voices, they were still drowned out by another different voice. More people were criticizing the Seven Absolute sect. The people from the Seven Absolute sect are too insensible. They're still fighting among themselves and killing their own kind when the devil clans are about to invade. In the face of the greater good of humans, no matter how great the enmity is, they should let it go before the devil clans retreat. If they continue to kill each other, the devil clans will benefit in the end. Initially, I sympathized with the Seven Absolute sect. However, after what happened recently, I no longer sympathize with them. In fact, I think they deserve it. Me too. Voices criticizing the Seven Absolute sect could be heard everywhere in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Everyone said the Seven Absolute sect had crossed the line. However, did the Seven Absolutes sect really cross the line? On a snow-capped peak in the northern region, an old figure knelt before a tombstone at the peak of the snow-capped peak. There was no name on the tombstone. Senior brother, after more than 300 years, that person from the Heaven Divination sect is finally dead. I'm useless for not being able to avenge you personally. However, the person who avenged you this time is my last disciple. He's also your junior nephew. He's the successor of the prophet progeny. You can finally rest in peace in the netherworld. The old man knelt before the tombstone and muttered to it. This old man was none other than the previous successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, the Oracle Man. 300 years ago, there were two successors of the prophet progeny in the Seven Absolute sect. Apart from the Oracle Man, there was also the Oracle Man's senior brother. At that time, their whereabouts were discovered by a Heaven Divination sect's disciple. That Heaven Divination sect's disciple had chased after them for thousands of miles to kill them. The Oracle Man managed to escape with his senior brother's help and went into hiding. His senior brother, on the other hand, was captured by the Heaven Divination sect's disciple and tortured for 10 days and 10 nights before he finally breathed his last. The reason the Heaven Divination sect's disciple did that was to force the Oracle Man to come out. The Oracle Man still remembered the scene from that time. At that time, he felt like dying when he saw his senior brother being tortured. He really wanted to stand out and ask the Heaven Divination sect's disciple to kill him so that he could give his senior brother a quick death. However, he held himself back in the end. This was because he carried the heavy responsibility of inheriting the prophet progeny of the Seven Absolute sect. At that time, if he stood out, the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, would be destroyed in his hands. At that time, both of them did not have the time to leave behind the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. Ha 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 ha. The oracle man suddenly laughed heartily. His laughter was filled with a sense of relief, as though he was relieved of a heavy burden. The Heaven Divination sect's disciple who tortured his senior brother for 10 days and 10 nights was the sect leader of the Heaven Divination sect. He was also the person who was killed by the oracle man's disciple with the heaven reversing art of curse. In the past, he had watched as his enemy grew stronger and stronger. In the end, he even became the sect leader of the Heaven Divination sect. There were many nights when the oracle man woke up from his dreams in despair. However, his disciple, his senior brother's junior nephew, the successor of the prophet progeny, had killed his enemy and avenged his senior brother. How could he not be excited? How could he not be excited? Not thinking about the greater good of the human race? At some point, a graceful figure floated down from the sky and landed not far behind the elder of heavenly secrets. It was a beautiful woman. She was none other than the previous successor of the red dust progeny, the seventh absolute of the seven absolute sect. She was also Han Shuanai's master. If it wasn't for the devil clans that could invade the upper province at any time and for the greater good of the human race, the three great sects would have been bathed in blood by now. The world is foolish. Who doesn't know that the people of the seven absolute sect are only avenging the 1,000-year-old enmity? The 1,000-year-old enmity referred to the enmity between the three great sects and the seven absolute sect for killing the people of the seven absolute sect. In other words, the people from the three great sects that the seven absolute sect had killed were the people who had killed the people of the seven absolute sect in the past 1,000 years. P.S. These few days, I've organized a book review event with the website for my brothers and sisters. Everyone can post a review on the QQ Reading app or Genesis Chinese Network's War Sovereign Ling Tian book review section. The content can be directed at the book or a character you like. The deadline is this Friday. I'll pick out the 10 most pertinent comments from the beginning of the chapter to the end of the event and give each of them 10,000 book vouchers as a reward. I'll contact the winners and ask them to send the book vouchers to the website via QQ. Among the 10 winners, 3 of them will be lucky enough to receive a mysterious gift pack and a greeting card that I'll personally mail to them. Let's get to work now. The event will be held simultaneously on the QQ Reading app and the Genesis Chinese Network's War Honorable on the Ling Tian's War Honorable. Chapter 2252. 300 years ago, the sect leader of the Heaven Divination sect had killed the successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the seven absolute sect, who was the oracle man's senior brother. 300 years later, the oracle man's last disciple killed him with a curse and took revenge. 200 years ago, an elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism and a disciple of Zhuangzi Buddhism had joined forces to kill the successor of the red dust progeny, the seventh absolute of the seven absolute sect, Han Shuanai's grandmaster. The elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism at that time was now the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism. The disciple of Zhuangzi Buddhism was the White Tiger King of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Han Shuanai had killed the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism and Feng Tianwu had killed the White Tiger King to avenge the successor of the red dust progeny who was killed 200 years ago. 500 years ago, an elder of the Heaven Divination sect had killed the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the seven absolute sect. Currently, that elder had become an oracle of the Heaven Divination sect. 500 years later, the oracle of the Heaven Divination sect had been killed by Yu Wu Ying, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the seven absolute sect. Good and evil had their retribution. It was not that there was no retribution, but it was not time yet. Based on all these factors, the people of the seven absolute sect who had killed so many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had only avenged 1,000 years of enmity. For the past 1,000 years, there had been no conflict between Zoroastrianism and the seven absolute sect. For this reason, the people of the seven absolute sect did not target the people of Zoroastrianism. If we don't avenge 1,000 years of enmity, the people of the seven absolute sect won't be able to face our ancestors. At some point, the elder of heavenly secrets had also stepped forward. His turbid eyes suddenly brightened, shooting out 2 sharp beams of light. The invasion of the devil clans is imminent, and the human race is at stake. Since we've avenged 1,000 years of enmity, the seven absolute sect is willing to put aside the enmity for now. We'll settle the score with the three great sects after we defeat the devil clans. The old prophet's words were the principle of the seven absolute sects' entry into the world. The seven absolute sect had a clear conscience. The enmity of 1,000 years must be avenged. As for the rest of the enmity, he could put it aside for the time being. When he defeated the demon race in the future, he would settle the debt with the three great sect. This was the righteousness of the human race that the members of the seven absolute sect followed. If the people from the seven absolute sect were truly people who did not care about the righteousness of the human race, then how could the successor of the Kratos progeny, the third absolutes, Gu Li, the successor of the Kratos progeny, and the successors of the Gemini progeny, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, have only defeated their opponents and become famous? With their strength, they were completely capable of killing their opponent. However, they did not do that. However, we can't let those children be wronged. Activate the Red Dust Progeny's intelligence network and spread the word about the righteousness of the human race that the seven absolute sect abides by. Let the world know that the seven absolute sect has a clear conscience for themselves and the righteousness of the human race. The oracle man turned to the beautiful woman and said, "I'm here to discuss this with you." After replying, the beautiful woman left in a hurry. Soon after, the news of the people from the seven absolutes sect avenging 1,000-year-old enmity began to spread in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At this moment, many people who were condemning the seven absolutes sect fell silent. I see. If the people from the seven absolute sect are only avenging 1,000-year-old enmity, then they have a clear conscience for themselves and the righteousness of the human race. I was wondering. The sect that Feng Qingyang, the prodigy sword saint, used to be and shouldn't be a sect that doesn't care about the righteousness of the human race. As it turns out, there's a reason for this. It's understandable. That's right. 1,000-year-old enmity is only 1,000-year-old enmity. If they don't take revenge, they won't be able to face their ancestors who were only 1 or 2 generations away from them. It's understandable why the people from the seven absolutes sect did this. As the news of the people from the seven absolutes sect avenging 1,000-year-old enmity spread, the voices in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land changed. Initially, they were still condemning the seven absolute sect. Now, they were more concerned about why the people from the seven absolute sect had targeted the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect. Naturally, there were still some people who continued to condemn the seven absolute sect. They felt the seven absolute sect should not take revenge for 1,000-year-old enmity. They should prioritize the righteousness of the human race. However, these people were in the minority. Their voices were quickly drowned out. They did not cause any commotion at all. No wonder the people from the seven absolute sect didn't do anything to the people from Zoroastrianism. As it turns out, they're avenging 1,000-year-old enmity. For the past 1,000 years, although the Zoroastrianism has targeted the seven absolute sect, we've never killed anyone from the seven absolute sect. At this moment, many people from the Zoroastrianism could not help but feel relieved. The people from the seven absolute sect who had entered the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were still fine. The successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the seven absolute sect, and the successor of the blazing phoenix progeny, the fifth absolute of the seven absolute sect, brought great pressure to the high-ranking officials from Zoroastrianism. After all, both of them were capable of killing a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The seven absolute sect has been in hiding for 100,000 years. Now that they've reappeared, they're really well prepared. That's right. Just a few disciples from the seven absolute sect have caused such a huge commotion in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The 3 female disciples have even entered the top 20 of the Supreme Saint ranking as soon as they appeared in front of everyone. Speaking of the 3 female disciples from the seven absolute sect, the most terrifying one is the successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the seven absolute sect. The successor of the prophet progeny seems very mysterious. The other 5 successors of the seven absolute sect have reported their names, but she only said she's the successor of the prophet progeny, the last disciple of the oracle man. She's so mysterious, and she's a heaven-defying Dao cultivator. The successor of the prophet progeny in the Seven Absolute sect is not to be trifled with. Similar discussions continued to spread in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were fearful of the successor of the prophet progeny in the Seven Absolute sect. Naturally, it was mostly because the successor of the prophet progeny in the Seven Absolute sect was a heaven-defying Dao cultivator. Moreover, she was suspected to be a heaven-defying Dao cultivator at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's better to offend the king of hell than to offend the prophet progeny. Someone even sent out such a message. Many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land agreed with this. The successor of the prophet progeny was too terrifying. At the same time, apart from the Zoroastrianism, the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect were secretly searching for the members of the Seven Absolute sect. Naturally, the two great sects were not searching for the members of the Seven Absolute sect because they wanted to have a cup of tea with them. They wanted to seek revenge and redeem themselves. To the two great sects, what the members of the Seven Absolute sect had done to them was a great humiliation. Only the blood of the members of the Seven Absolute sect could wash away the humiliation they had suffered. Initially, the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect wanted to drag the Zoroastrianism down with them. They wanted to join forces with the Zoroastrianism to deal with the members of the Seven Absolute sect. However, Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, was not stupid. He had directly rejected them. What a joke! Now that the members of the Seven Absolute sect did not come looking for trouble with the members of the Zoroastrianism, they would be thankful. After all, the current Seven Absolute sect was no longer the Seven Absolute sect of the past. If they were not confident they could uproot the Seven Absolute sect, it was best not to provoke them for the time being. Currently, all six of the Seven Absolute sect have appeared except for the first Absolute, the Fog Rain sect. Soon after, many people discovered this. It's said that in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it's rare for the Seven Absolutes sect to appear in such a high-profile manner. The last time it happened was 100,000 years ago during the era of the prodigy sword saint, Feng Qingyang. I've heard about this as well. I've read about it in an ancient book. The Seven Absolute sect has a rule that the Seven Absolute sect can only appear in such a high-profile manner when the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first Absolute, appears. If the record is true, it means that the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first Absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, has appeared. The successor of the Prophet progeny, the second Absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, is already so heaven-defying. How heaven-defying would the successor of the Fog Rain progeny be if he appears? After all, according to the Seven Absolute sect's tradition, the strongest person in the Seven Absolute sect is the successor of the Fog Rain progeny. The successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first Absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. How exciting! In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, people were discussing the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first Absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. Naturally, these discussions had spread to the three great sects as well. Now that the Seven Absolute sect has appeared, the first Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, must have a successor. Moreover, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny from 100,000 years ago is most likely the successor of the prodigy sword saint, Feng Qingyang. In the entire Dao Martial Saint Land, no one knew the Fog Rain progeny, the first Absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, better than the three great sects. Due to this reason, they were more certain than anyone else. It was highly likely that the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first Absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, had appeared. Otherwise, the Seven Absolute sect would not have appeared in such a high-profile manner. Based on the strength of this generation of the Seven Absolute sect, the successor of the Prophet progeny, the second Absolute, is the strongest. In fact, although the successor of the Prophet progeny was a heaven-defying Dao cultivator, his strength was the weakest among the Seven Absolutes of the Seven Absolute sect. That's right. During that era, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first Absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, Feng Qingyang, was the strongest. The one who was second only to Feng Qingyang was the successor of the Kratos progeny, the third Absolute. No one can see through this generation of the Seven Absolute sect. Perhaps, even the successor of the Fog-Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, might not be a match for that heaven-defying Tao cultivator, the successor of the Prophet progeny, the second absolute. It's not impossible. Similar discussions spread among the high-ranking officials of the three great sects. However, the people from the three great sects did not expect that the successor of the Fog-Rain progeny would be the successor of the Fog-Rain progeny. In fact, many of them knew the current successor of the Seven Absolute sect's first absolute, the Fog-Rain progeny. Even if they did not know him, they had heard of him before. Chapter 2253. Naturally, Duan Lingtian, who was in the lower province, was unaware of what had happened in the upper province in the past year. Otherwise, he would definitely know. Back then, when he received Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's inheritance, the meaning of the words Misty Rain successor. Duan Lingtian was currently cultivating in a guest room of an inn in the Human Devil Holy City. The inn belonged to the Crimson Blaze Palace, one of the strongest forces in the Human Devil clan, the 3 palaces and 6 halls. Therefore, Duan Lingtian did not need to worry about being disturbed when he cultivated here. In the entire Human Devil clan, no one dared to cause trouble in the inn under the Crimson Blaze Palace. The people from Crimson Blaze Palace did not know about this. The culprit who killed the foster son of Wu Tianjin, the vice palace master of Crimson Blaze Palace, and the direct disciples of several elders of Crimson Blaze Palace was in the inn under the Crimson Blaze Palace. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian wouldn't have been able to cultivate so peacefully in an inn owned by the Crimson Blaze Palace. It's fine if my innate talent was not good enough in the past, but now that I have a violet innate spiritual root, I can't drag Brother Tian down anymore. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating in seclusion, Ke was not idle and also began cultivating. Of course, even if she wanted to cultivate in seclusion now, she couldn't. She could only occasionally find time to cultivate. That was because she was not alone. She had a daughter that she needed to take care of. As for Ke's elder sister, Gan Yu Yang, she had gone into closed-door cultivation the moment she returned. Currently, Gan Yu Yang's innate spiritual root had changed from an indigo innate spiritual root to a dark violet innate spiritual root. This experience was like a dream to her. Therefore, after returning to the inn, she could not wait to go into closed-door cultivation. She wanted to experience her innate spiritual root as soon as possible. Mother, where is father? When Duan Xiling woke up, the first thing she did was to look for Duan Lingtian. It was obvious she was very dependent on her father, Duan Lingtian. Good girl, Xiling. Daddy is cultivating in seclusion now. He'll be out in a few days. When the time comes, Xiling will play with you again, okay? Ke said affectionately as she patted Duan Xiling's head. All right, Xiling will wait for Daddy to come out of seclusion. Mother, Xiling wants to cultivate too. Xiling wants to fight bad guys with Daddy. Duan Xiling's delicate face tensed up slightly when she said this. She waved her fists in the air as she said this. He looked like a little adult. Xiling, you're such a good girl. However, if you want to cultivate, you'll have to wait for your father to come out of seclusion. He'll teach you then, all right? Seeing that her daughter was so sensible, a gratified smile appeared on Ke's face. All right, all right. When Daddy comes out of seclusion, he'll teach me how to cultivate. Upon hearing Ke's words, Duan Xiling did not feel disappointed. Instead, she clapped her hands excitedly. In Duan Xiling's opinion, her father was different. After all, her father was more powerful than her mother and aunts. If her father taught her, she would definitely become more powerful in the future. Time continued to pass by. In just a blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew in Duan Lingtian's room. Gusts of majestic and vast gales extended out from Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. They were like roaring dragons that charged out in all directions as though they were going to destroy the entire room. However, just as the raging winds approached the walls, doors, and windows, they seemed to be devoured by something and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, opened his eyes. His eyes flashed like 2 blazing suns, shooting out two dazzling rays of light as if they could illuminate all the darkness in the world. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's aura had undergone a huge change compared to before he went into closed-door cultivation. It was as though he had become ethereal and otherworldly. So this is the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form? Duan Lingtian suddenly opened his mouth and muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had successfully broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. The seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the heaven-defying form. Once one broke through to this stage, one would have an endless lifespan. As it turns out, this is how a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage achieves eternal life. In the past, Duan Lingtian only knew that powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage and above would have an endless lifespan. However, he did not know how it worked. Now that he had broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, he finally understood why powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage and above would have eternal life. This was because, after one's cultivation base had broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, the saint veins in one's body would be connected to the tiny meridians in one's body. When Yang Kai circulated his saint qi, the inconspicuous small meridians located all over his body could receive a baptism of saint qi, allowing him to maintain the vitality of his body and achieve immortality. In the past, the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, was a mystery to Duan Lingtian. Now that he had broken through to this level, he was clear about everything and understood everything. After breaking through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, one would have an endless lifespan. The seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage is known as the heaven-defying form. The heaven-defying form, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. A human who originally had a limited lifespan, after breaking through to a certain level of cultivation, would obtain eternal life and have an endless lifespan. To a certain extent, this was an act that defied the heavens itself. Although my cultivation speed is still slower in the human devil saint city with the help of my dark violet innate spiritual root and the time flow on the fourth level of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda, it's still not as fast as before. However, it's not because my innate spiritual root can't catch up with the time flow on the fourth level of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. It's because the cultivation environment here is far inferior to the upper province. In fact, ever since Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root had transformed into a dark violet innate spiritual root, his cultivation speed was almost the same as when he had the help of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. At that time, his innate talent was not as good as it was now, but he had the help of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. Comparing his current cultivation speed to his past cultivation speed, even if there was still some difference, it was not that big of a difference. However, since this was the lower province, the cultivation environment here was far inferior to the upper province. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed here was not as good as when he was in the upper province. The cultivation speed was similar only if they were in the same cultivation environment. If there was a huge difference in the cultivation environment, it would naturally be different. Even so, I still managed to break through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly when he thought of this. Now that his cultivation base had broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, apart from gaining eternal life, the Sun Saint origin in his body had also improved. Although his Sun Saint origin could not compare to the Sun Saint origin of an ordinary martial cultivator at the same cultivation base, it was still much stronger. However, it was still much stronger than a martial cultivator at the same cultivation base. Breaking through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage has brought me more than just immortality. My current strength has increased by a whole level compared to before I broke through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian felt excited when he thought of this. Now that his strength had improved, he would be able to protect himself and his loved ones in the Dobasay subterranean where the devil clans wreaked havoc. How could he not feel excited when he thought of this? It's a pity that Hualaro is no longer here. Duan Lingtian thought about Elder Hua, the pagoda spirit of the celestial supreme treasure, the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. He could not help but sigh as a hint of sadness appeared in his eyes. Duan Lingtian had his reasons for thinking about Huolaro at this moment. When Huolaro was still alive, he had told Duan Lingtian that he would be able to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. When Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, he would help Duan Lingtian improve the Golden Crow's wings to the 3rd form. At that time, the speed he could display after using the Golden Crow's wings would increase by another level. At that time, the Golden Crow's wings would shine as a divine ability in the Devata realm. Since Elder Hua is not here, I won't be able to raise my Golden Crow's wings to the 3rd form. Although my speed is much faster than many movement divine abilities in the Dao Martial Saint Land with the help of the 2nd form of the Golden Crow's wings, it's still not enough. However, there's still a gap between my speed and the most ordinary movement divine abilities in the Devata realm. Duan Lingtian sighed when he thought of this. Since Elder Hua was no longer around, it meant that his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, would no longer improve. He could comprehend other divine abilities on his own. However, he could not comprehend the Golden Crow's wings. The Golden Crow's wings was Huolaro's innate divine ability as a 3-legged golden crow. The reason Duan Lingtian could master the Golden Crow's wings was all thanks to the Golden Crow's wings that Huolaro had planted on his back. Otherwise, he would not have been able to master the Golden Crow's wings. After a while, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and shook his head. Let bygones be bygones. Duan Lingtian, you must believe that Huolaro will be happy for you if he knows you've broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, in such a short time. After muttering to himself, Duan Lingtian's gloominess was swept away, and his spirits were lifted. It was as though he had transformed into a different person. Chapter 2254. He stood up from the bed and opened the door. He had officially come out of closed-door cultivation. Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. Duan Lingtian had just opened the door when he heard an excited voice coming from the front. The voice was getting closer and closer. When he took a closer look, he saw his daughter, Duan Xiling, running toward him with her arms wide open when she saw him opening the door. Her delicate little face was filled with excitement. Xiling Duan Lingtian smiled as he crouched down to catch Duan Xiling who was running toward him. Then, he carried her in his arms. Duan Xiling was already 10 years old. However, because she had not interacted with many people, and had not interacted with people of the same age, her temperament was still as naive and unaffected as before. In front of Duan Lingtian, she was like a little princess. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, she was his little princess, his one and only little princess. Daddy, why do I feel like you're different now? Duan Xiling blinked her big eyes as she studied Duan Lingtian from head to toe. When she spoke, she noticed Duan Lingtian's aura was different from before. Before he entered closed-door cultivation, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, after he entered closed-door cultivation, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. His temperament and aura had changed as well. Although Duan Xiling had not officially started cultivating, she had a black profound spirit. However, since Duan Xiling possessed a black innate spiritual root, she had extraordinary senses. Although she did not have a high cultivation base, she could still sense the change in Duan Lingtian's aura. Naturally, she did not know what the change in aura was. All she knew was that her father gave her a different feeling. Daddy has broken through, Duan Lingtian said with a smile as he patted his daughter's head affectionately. Wow! Daddy is so awesome. Duan Xiling's eyes brightened when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. In other words, Daddy, you've broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, and you'll be immortal in the future. Duan Lingtian had told Duan Xiling that his cultivation base was at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He had also told her about the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form. For this reason, he was not surprised when he heard Duan Xiling's words. He merely smiled and nodded. When Duan Xiling saw Duan Lingtian nodding, her delicate face fell. She looked like a little adult with a troubled expression on her face. What happened? This was the first time Duan Lingtian had seen his daughter like this, and he couldn't help but be stunned. She didn't know why her daughter suddenly became like this. Daddy, Sai Ling wants to cultivate too. Duan Sai Ling pouted playfully. Sai Ling wants to be immortal as well. Otherwise, when I'm old and pass away, it'll be boring for you to be immortal by yourself. Sai Ling wants to be immortal with you, Daddy. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood what was going on. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, Sai Ling, you can cultivate if you want. However, I'll have to ask for your mother's permission. If she doesn't mind, I'll teach you how to cultivate, alright? Daddy, Mommy has no objections. She asked me to wait for Daddy to come out of closed-door cultivation so Daddy can teach me how to cultivate. Duan Sai Ling giggled. You'll have to ask your mommy first. Duan Lingtian said affectionately as he patted Duan Sai Ling's head. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a voice rang in the air. Brother Tian, you've come out of closed-door cultivation? A light and pleasant voice that was filled with pleasant surprise sounded from nearby as a beautiful woman walked out of the room adjacent to Duan Lingtian's room. It was none other than Ke. Ke had also come out of her room when she heard the commotion. Yes. When Duan Lingtian saw Ke, the doting look in his eyes turned gentle. It was as though it could melt anything. Mommy, Daddy has agreed to teach me how to cultivate. Duan Sai Ling waved at Ke as she said excitedly to Ke. Before Ke could reply, Duan Lingtian said, I thought since Sai Ling is already 10 years old, it's fine if she wants to cultivate. However, it's up to you. If you think it's fine, I'll teach her. If you don't think it's fine, we'll wait for another 2 years. Duan Sai Ling was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. When she regained her senses, tears began to well up in her eyes. Daddy, what are you talking about? Didn't you promise me earlier? At this moment, Duan Sai Ling's eyes were brimming with tears. She looked pitiful. I did promise you earlier, but your mommy has to agree. If your mommy doesn't agree, I won't dare to teach you. Duan Lingtian's heart ached when he saw Duan Sai Ling's expression. He smiled as he patted her head. Ke was the one who brought up their daughter. He had always felt guilty towards Ku, so when it came to his daughter's cultivation, he decided to listen to Ku's opinion and not make the decision himself. Naturally, even if Duan Lingtian did not have such a reason, it would not be appropriate for him to make such a decision. After all, their daughter did not belong to him alone. She belonged to both him and Ke. As their daughter's mother, Ke had the right to express her opinion. Duan Lingtian did not have the right to deny her this right. Mommy, upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Duan Sai Ling knew the decision was still in her mother's hands. She looked at her mother again and pouted. You promised Sai Ling earlier. You can't go back on your word. At this moment, Ke finally arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and Duan Sai Ling. Brother Tian, I'll listen to you. Ku said to Duan Lingtian. She had the appearance of a woman singing along with her husband. Duan Lingtian's words earlier showed how much he cared for her and how much he respected her. It made her feel warm in her heart. Just like that, the matter was settled. Duan Sai Ling began to cultivate. Ke, how long did I spend in closed-door cultivation? Duan Lingtian looked at Ku and asked after he finally remembered the important matter. 20 days. Ke replied. Only 20 days? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow in surprise. Initially, he thought he would have spent at least 25 days in closed-door cultivation. He did not expect it would only take him 20 days. Ke, I'm going out for a while. I'll be back in an hour at most. Duan Lingtian turned to look at Ke and greeted Ke after he found out how long he had been in closed-door cultivation. Duan Lingtian comforted his daughter for a while before he handed her over to Ke. Then, he left the inn that belonged to the Crimson Blaze Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls in the Human Devil clan. There was only one reason Duan Lingtian wanted to leave. He wanted to test his strength and see how strong he had become. After all, although his cultivation base had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, he had no idea how much his strength had improved or what it was like. Before he tested his strength, he would not be able to come to a conclusion. After leaving the inn, Duan Lingtian left the Human Devil Saint City. After about 15 minutes, he arrived at an empty desert. Duan Lingtian stood in the air above the desert and extended his divine consciousness. He could not detect any signs of life. In other words, not only was there no one around, but there were also no signs of life. Even the heaven and earth spirit energy was thin. My son Saint Origin, with just a thought, Duan Lingtian's son Saint Origin surged out of his body through his 99 saint veins. In just a blink of an eye, it surged out of his body and emitted a majestic aura. It was as though the ancient beast that had been lurking in Duan Lingtian's body had awakened. The number of saint veins in one's body directly affected the speed at which one could mobilize energy. The more saint veins one had, the faster one could mobilize energy. It was the same the other way around. However, due to the low level of power in the mundane realms, people in the mundane realms did not rely on saint veins as much as people in the Devata realms. Naturally, the saint veins were not called saint veins in the Devata realms. Instead, they were called heavenly veins. Elementary devouring tactic. After mobilizing the sun Saint Origin in his body, Duan Lingtian did not remain idle. He immediately cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. After devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings, Duan Lingtian moved to another location. He had to change locations. Although he could continue to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings, the efficiency would be greatly reduced. If he changed locations, he would be able to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. Change locations. Continue to devour. Change locations. Continue to devour. After repeating this several times, Duan Lingtian's sun Saint Origin was raised to its maximum after a dozen breaths of time. However, the sun Saint Origin that had been raised to its limit did not surprise Duan Lingtian at all. Not only was he not surprised, but he was also slightly disappointed. It's still the same as before. Could this be the bottleneck that Hualaro mentioned to me before? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself with a frown on his face. Currently, the sun Saint Origin in his body that had been raised to its limit was similar to the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that he had cast before he had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was as though he had encountered a bottleneck that was difficult to break. Hualaro said before that powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage will face a bottleneck before they pass the heavenly tribulation. This bottleneck can only be broken after passing the heavenly tribulation. Chapter 2255. I thought I'd be able to break through the bottleneck with the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. I didn't think I'd be able to break through the bottleneck even after comprehending the elementary devouring tactic to its peak. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh after he smiled wryly. The bottleneck meant the sun Saint Origin in his body was only comparable to the Saint Origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage even with the help of the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. The bottleneck was the limit of the Saint Origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If he wanted to break through the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, he would have to overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Only then would he be able to break through the bottleneck of his Saint Origin and improve his strength. According to Hualaro, once a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage passes the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, the Saint Origin in his body will break through the bottleneck and form the Celestial Origin energy. At that time, the Saint Origin would still be the same Saint Origin as before. However, due to the Celestial Origin energy, the Saint Origin would be much stronger than before. Hualaro said the Celestial Origin energy would only be formed after one passes the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Duan Lingtian sighed again when he thought about this. In other words, before I pass the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, even if my cultivation base breaks through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage or the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the sun Saint Origin in my body won't be able to improve with the elementary devouring tactic. In fact, when my cultivation base breaks through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I won't even need the help of the elementary devouring tactic to break through the bottleneck. At that time, even if I cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, with all my might, the sun Saint Origin in my body wouldn't change at all. At that time, the elementary devouring tactic would no longer be of any help to my strength. It would be useless to me. Naturally, the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was useless to Duan Ling Tian after he had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In other words, the elementary devouring tactic would not be useless. After all, apart from helping Duan Ling Tian improve his Saint Qi, the elementary devouring technique had many other uses. For example, he could devour and raise the grade of his innate spiritual root. However, if I pass the Celestial Ascension Tribulation after breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, even if the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, can't raise the Saint origin in my body, I'll still have Celestial origin energy. Saint origin has reached the limit of the mundane realm, but the Celestial origin energy isn't limited by the mundane realm. With this thought, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. The most important thing now is to raise my cultivation base and break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage before overcoming the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Once I've overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, I'll be able to use the elementary devouring tactic to increase my strength again. At that time, my strength will increase tremendously. The disappointment in Duan Lingtian's heart lessened slightly when he thought about this. Although Duan Lingtian was still slightly disappointed, he knew things were already set in stone. There was nothing he could do to change it. Apart from raising my cultivation base, the only thing I can do now is to improve my other techniques. That's the only way I can improve my overall strength in a short time. After all, before I break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and successfully pass the heavenly tribulation, my Sun Saint origin is only SOSO. A hint of determination flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he muttered to himself. In the past, I've been too reliant on the elementary devouring tactic. That's why my other techniques have stagnated. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly as he muttered to himself. Whether it was the defensive divine ability, Black Tortoise's armor, the offensive divine ability, otherworldly flying immortal, or even the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, Sovereign Heart Sword, they had all been temporarily left behind by him. Duan Lingtian only realized this when he discovered the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was becoming less and less helpful to him. However, even though my current strength hasn't improved much compared to when I was at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I'm not afraid of anyone in the Wandering Saint Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls in the Human Devil clan, except for the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Perhaps I can first become a Vice Palace Master. Duan Lingtian did not forget his plan. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian did not linger in the desert. He immediately turned around and returned to the Human Devil Saint City. In less than an hour, Duan Lingtian returned to the inn under the Crimson Blaze Palace in the Human Devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls. After returning to the inn, Duan Lingtian, naturally, planned to bring Ke, his daughter, and Gan'er Yang to the Wandering Saint Palace in the Human Devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls. Sister is still in closed-door cultivation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian learned from Ke that she had been in closed-door cultivation for quite some time. Gan'er Yang had been in closed-door cultivation since the last time Duan Lingtian was in closed-door cultivation. She did not show any signs of coming out of closed-door cultivation. Let's wait for her then. Duan Lingtian did not forget his promise to his daughter and began to teach her cultivation. He decided to wait for Gan'er Yang to come out of closed-door cultivation. During this time, Duan Lingtian realized how terrifying a black innate spiritual root was. Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue when he saw his daughter's cultivation base skyrocketing. This is too much. Duan Lingtian looked for Ke when Duan Xiling's cultivation was on the right track and she no longer needed to stick to him. Duan Lingtian said to Ke, Xiling should be fine now that she's cultivating on her own. I'm going to make a trip to upgrade my innate spiritual root to a black innate spiritual root. Brother Tian, how long will you be gone? Ke was more concerned about how long Duan Lingtian would be gone since she did not want to be separated from Duan Lingtian anymore. It shouldn't be too long. After all, my innate spiritual root is only half a step away from becoming a black innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian said as he hugged Ke and said gently, I'll be back as soon as possible. When Sai Ling wakes up from her cultivation, please inform her. All right. Ke nodded with a reluctant expression on her face. Brother Tian, come back early. All right. Duan Ling Tian replied before he kissed Ke's forehead gently. Then, he left the inn and the Human Devil Saint City. After leaving the Human Devil Saint City, Duan Ling Tian headed north. This time, his target was not the Human Devil Saint City, but the other clans in the Devil Clans. When Duan Ling Tian was in the Human Devil Saint City, he learned about the Human Devil Saint City. A few 100,000 miles north of the Human Devil Saint City was the territory occupied by the Boar Devil clan after they arrived at the Dobasay Subterranean. It was the base of a fourth-rate force in the Dobasay Subterranean. Although the Boar Devil clan was not one of the most powerful clans in the Devil Clans, including the Human Devil clan and the Ox Devil clan, it was only second to these few clans. It was one of the more powerful clans in the Devil Clans. According to the Human Devils in the restaurant in the Human Devil Saint City, there are 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Boar Devil clan. The 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage are the leaders of the Black Boar tribe, the Thunder Boar tribe, and the Red Boar tribe. They're also the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan. Since Duan Ling Tian had gone to the restaurant in the Human Devil Saint City, he knew a thing or two about the Boar Devil clan. It's said that the Boar Devils are all humanoid monsters with the head of a pig. Based on this description, they're similar to Zhu Bajie, the second senior brother in the legend. As Duan Ling Tian's mind raced, he discovered something. He had unknowingly left the Human Devil clan's territory and entered the Boar Devil clan's territory. It's a human devil from the Human Devil clan's territory. When Duan Ling Tian discovered he had entered the Boar Devil clan's territory, a loud voice rang from afar. It instantly attracted Duan Ling Tian's attention. When Duan Ling Tian looked in the direction of the voice, he saw 2 figures standing in front of him. Both of them had the body of a human. However, their heads were all huge pig heads. They were exactly the same as Zhu Baji from the ancient myths and legends on Earth in his previous life. The only difference was that they were not as fat as Zhu Bajie. Among the 2 figures with pig heads, one of them was muscular while the other was skinny. The person who spoke was the skinny one. So these are the Boar Devils? At this moment, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to guess the identity of these 2 people. Human Devil boy, you've crossed the line. This is the territory of the Boar Devil clan. The skinny Boar Devil flew toward Duan Ling Tian and arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye. He opened his mouth and said to Duan Ling Tian. As soon as he opened his mouth, Duan Ling Tian could smell a foul stench wafting toward him. Scram! Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand. His majestic saint origin surged out and engulfed the Boar Devil and the stench coming out of his mouth. After the Boar Devil was engulfed, he was reduced to ashes. All that was left was a spatial ring floating in the air by itself. It's a powerhouse from the Human Devil clan. Chapter 2256. Spare my life, my lord. Spare my life, my lord. The sturdy Boar Devil shuddered when he saw Duan Ling Tian looking at him after taking his companion's spatial ring. He immediately fell to his knees and begged with a trembling voice. Apart from the 3 patriarchs, who has the highest innate talent in the Boar Devil clan? Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently as he looked at the Boar Devil who was kneeling on the ground as though nothing had happened after he killed the Boar Devil. Who has the highest innate talent? The Boar Devil who was kneeling on the ground was stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. What? You don't know? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he saw the Boar Devil did not respond. His eyes flashed coldly. At this moment, killing intent surged from Duan Ling Tian's body as a terrifying aura swept out and shrouded the Boar Devil. The Boar Devil shuddered when he sensed the terrifying aura. He quickly regained his senses and replied in a flustered manner, "My lord, I know. I know. I really know. Speak." Duan Ling Tian snorted coldly. Apart from the 3 patriarchs, the 3 great guardian warriors have the highest innate talent in the Boar Devil clan. Then, there's the younger generation in the 3 great guardian warriors. The Boar Devil spoke without any hesitation as though he was afraid Duan Ling Tian would treat him the same way he treated his companion. His strength was only on par with his companion. However, the human devil powerhouse in front of him had killed his companion with just a wave of his hand. If he was in Duan Lingtian's shoes, he would not be an exception. Because of this, he did not dare to think of running away in front of the human devil expert after witnessing his companion's death. He knew there was no way he could run away. The three great guardian warriors. Are they very innate? Duan Lingtian interrupted the boar devil before he could finish speaking. Duan Lingtian had heard about the three great guardian warriors in the boar devil clan when he was in the human devil saint city. He knew they were famous powerhouses in the boar devil clan. The three great guardian warriors were only at the 8th form of the saint celestial stage. Moreover, they were still quite a distance away from the peak of the 8th form of the saint celestial stage. However, due to the fact that they were twins, they had a special connection with each other. Due to this reason, they were extremely powerful when they joined forces. Most importantly, they were not ordinary twin brothers. They were triplet twins. There were 3 of them in total. They had the same cultivation base and techniques. When the 3 of them joined forces, the strength they could display was even more terrifying than the combined strength of 2 pairs of twin brothers. When the 3 great guardian warriors joined forces, their strength was second only to the 3 patriarchs in the boar devil clan. They were the leaders of the 3 strongest tribes in the boar devil clan. In the boar devil clan, the 3 great guardian warriors were widely acknowledged as invincible among those below the 9th form of the saint celestial stage. Even Xing Yuan Ba, the vice palace master of Great Spirit Palace, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the saint celestial stage, had been defeated by the 3 great guardian warriors in the boar devil clan. Yes. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, the muscular boar devil who was kneeling on the ground did not dare to hesitate. He quickly replied, "They're even more outstanding than the younger generation in our boar devil clan. They're the most outstanding prodigies among the younger generation in the boar devil clan." The younger generation? They're considered the younger generation in the boar devil clan? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. Previously, he had only heard that the 3 great guardian warriors in the boar devil clan were very powerful. However, he had no idea how old they were. Now that Duan Lingtian had returned to the Dobasay subterranean for some time, he roughly knew how the younger generation was defined in the devil clans. Generally speaking, 8 or 9 out of 10 of the younger generation of the demon race were not more than 100 years old. Yes. The boar devil nodded in response to Duan Lingtian's question. The 3 great guardian warriors are young. They're only in their 50s. Only in their 50s. They're so young. Duan Lingtian was shocked by the boar devil's words. They were only in their 50s, but their cultivation base was at the 8th form of the saint celestial stage. Even if they continuously devoured other people's vital energy and blood to raise their cultivation base, it was impossible for them to raise their cultivation base in such a short time if they were not extremely talented. Their innate spiritual roots. They should all be indigo innate spiritual roots, and they shouldn't just be light indigo innate spiritual root. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but speculate. Of course, at most, it's a dark blue innate spiritual root. However, the possibility of this is not high. When he was in the human devil saint city, Duan Lingtian had tried to learn more about the innate spiritual roots of the devils. In the history of the devil clans, there were only a few peerless geniuses with purple innate spiritual roots. Moreover, they were all human devils with pure human bloodline. In other words, apart from the human devil clan, there had never been a peerless genius with a violet innate spiritual root in the devil clans. Because of this, in Duan Lingtian's impression, a dark blue spirit root was already the limit of a demon's innate talent. For this reason, although Duan Lingtian was certain the 3 great guardian warriors from the boar devil clan possessed blue innate spiritual roots, he did not think they possessed dark blue innate spiritual roots. He thought they only possessed normal blue innate spiritual roots. Nevertheless, Duan Lingtian was still pleasantly surprised. These 3 people. Even if they only possess light indigo innate spiritual roots, I'm 100% confident my innate spiritual root will transform into a black innate spiritual root after I devour their innate spiritual root. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his emotions surged again. At this moment, he could already see his innate spiritual root transforming into a black innate spiritual root. It's them then. Duan Lingtian had his eyes on the 3 great guardian warriors from the Boar Devil clan. To be more precise, he had his eyes on the 3 great guardian warriors' innate spiritual roots. Which tribe are the 3 Vajras of your Boar Demon clan from? The Black Boar tribe, the Thunder Boar tribe, or the Red Boar tribe? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he looked at the muscular Boar Devil kneeling on the ground. If the 3 great guardian warriors belonged to one of the 3 tribes, it would be difficult for him to kill them. This was because each of the 3 tribes had a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With his current strength, he was confident he could kill a devil powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage with the help of the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. However, he was not 100% confident he could kill a devil powerhouse. He could only use the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, after he cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to raise his Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Otherwise, he was not confident he could kill a devil powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Up until now, he had not come into contact with many powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Only Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland, and Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Tang Xian had displayed the strength of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage during his battle with Lang Qianjin. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel chills running up his spine when he thought about it. A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was too strong. Duan Lingtian knew Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin were not weak at all. Both Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin were not the strongest powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage below the Eminent Celestial stage. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was still wary of a devil powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage even though he had the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. Although I can use the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to raise the Sun Saint origin in my body to the level of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in just a blink of an eye, however, even with the Sun Saint origin that's comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage and the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, I'm not confident I can kill a devil powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In fact, even if I can raise my Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage with the elementary devouring tactic, I'm not 100% confident I can kill a devil powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After all, the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, in my hand, is not complete. I believe the complete Devil Seal Tablet would be able to kill a devil powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, I'm not 100% sure if the missing Devil Seal Tablet would be able to kill a devil powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. For these reasons, Duan Lingtian did not dare to take the risk of killing a devil powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Otherwise, he could have raised his Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage before he killed the 3 great guardian warriors from the Boar Devil clan. At that time, even if one of the patriarchs at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage arrived in time, he would be able to kill the 3 great guardian warriors from the Boar Devil clan. He would be able to use his Sun Saint origin to activate the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, to kill the 3 great guardian warriors from the Boar Devil clan. They don't belong to any tribe. At this moment, the Boar Devil who was kneeling on the ground said, to a certain extent, they're considered sectless cultivators in the Boar Devil clan. The Boar Devil who was kneeling on the ground said, sectless cultivators? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the Boar Devil's words. Chapter 2257. Duan Lingtian had asked who had the highest innate talent in the Boar Devil clan because he wanted to devour a high-grade innate spiritual root to obtain a black innate spiritual root. This would save him a lot of time. If he devoured a low-grade innate spiritual root from an ordinary Boar Devil, his innate spiritual root would transform into a black innate spiritual root. However, it would take a long time for him to do so. Duan Lingtian did not want to waste too much time. Kerr did not want to be separated from him for too long, and the same went for him. Duan Lingtian only wanted to finish this as soon as possible so he could return to be with Kerr. The three great guardian warriors all possess indigo innate spiritual roots and are sectless cultivators. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened when he learned about the Boar Devil clan's three great guardian warriors from the kneeling Boar Devil. His breathing quickened as well. What did it mean for the three great guardian warriors to be considered as sectless cultivators in the Boar Devil clan? It meant they were not in the three most powerful tribes in the Boar Devil clan. They were most likely not in the vicinity of the three powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The territory of the Boar Devil clan is neither big nor small. Do you know where the three great guardian warriors are? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he looked at the Boar Devil kneeling in the air. My lord, will you let me go if I tell you where they are? The Boar Devil did not reply to Duan Lingtian immediately. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a hopeful expression on his face. It was as though he had found a straw to clutch at. What? Are you trying to negotiate with me? Duan Lingtian sneered as he looked at the Boar Devil. Or do you think you're the only one who knows where the three great guardian warriors are? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, killing intent surged out of his body and shrouded the Boar Devil. The killing intent that surged out of Duan Lingtian's body frightened the Boar Devil so much that he hastily shook his head. My lord, that's not what I meant. I really didn't mean that. I'll bring you to the cultivation place of the three great guardian warriors. I'll bring you there immediately. The Boar Devil looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. He was afraid Duan Lingtian would attack him. Most Boar Devils knew where the cultivation place of the three great guardian warriors was. Therefore, he really couldn't use this to threaten the human powerhouse in front of him. Lead the way. Duan Lingtian grunted coldly. The Boar Devil hastily rose to his feet and led Duan Lingtian to the place where the three great guardian warriors were cultivating. The cultivation place of the three great guardian warriors was far away from the gathering place of the Boar Devil clan. Due to this reason, they did not encounter any other Boar Devils along the way. My lord, the cultivation place of the three great guardian warriors is just ahead. We'll arrive after we cross the mountain in front. The Boar Devil who was leading the way turned to tell Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. The cultivation place of the three great guardian warriors was far away from the gathering place of the Boar Devil clan. This was exactly what he wanted. He was worried the cultivation place of the three great guardian warriors was not far away from the gathering place of the Boar Devil clan. After all, if any of the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan interfered, he might not be able to devour the innate spiritual roots of the three great guardian warriors. Soon after, Duan Lingtian followed the Boar Devil and crossed the mountain in front of them. Duan Lingtian suddenly frowned as though he had sensed something. He immediately looked down at the mountain range beneath his feet. Whoosh, whoosh. Almost at the same time when Duan Lingtian lowered his head to look, two whistling sounds resonated in the continuous mountain range. Following that, two figures appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. They were none other than two Boar Devils. One of the Boar Devils was plump and had a big belly. He resembled Zhubaji, the second senior brother of Duan Lingtian from the ancient legends on Earth. The other one was well built. Although he also had a pig's head, his facial features were more delicate. He could be considered as a rare good-looking man in the Boar Devil clan. Xiong, how dare you bring a human devil into the territory of the Boar Devil clan? How dare you? The plump Boar Devil who resembled Zhubaji moved like a ball and rolled toward Duan Lingtian and the muscular Boar Devil named Xiong who was leading the way for Duan Lingtian. A hint of schadenfreude could be heard in his voice. My lord, this is one of my enemies. I didn't expect him to be here. Xiong, the Boar Devil who was leading the way for Duan Lingtian, said with a wry smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a grim expression on his face. Even as he smiled bitterly, a gleam of schadenfreude flashed in the depths of his eyes. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was a fool. That blind guy is dead for sure. Humph. Duan Lingtian, naturally, noticed the gloating look in Xiong's eyes. He could guess what Xiong was thinking. However, after a scoff, he made his move. Boom, 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 Duan Lingtian did not seem to have done anything, but a vast energy surged out of his body. It was as though a ferocious beast had opened its mouth and pounced toward the plump boar devil. The plump boar devil did not even have time to react before he was devoured by the energy surging out of Duan Lingtian's body. Not a single trace of him was left behind. All that was left was a spatial ring that fell from the sky. Whoosh! As soon as the spatial ring fell, Xiong flew out and retrieved it before he respectfully handed it to Duan Lingtian. My lord. After taking the spatial ring, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the muscular boar devil. My lord, he's that fellow's companion, so we can't let him live. Otherwise, news of your arrival will spread in the boar devil clan. Xiong said to Duan Lingtian. The gloating glint in the depths of his eyes grew even denser. The remaining boar devil was also his nemesis. Run. The muscular boar devil shuddered when he heard Xiong words. He regained his senses and tried to flee immediately. What a joke! Since this human devil could easily kill his companion, it was only natural that he could easily kill him as well. After all, his strength was only on par with his companion. When his companion was killed, he was so terrified that he could not even muster the will to fight back. Swoosh! The sound of sword whistling in the air rang in the air. Duan Lingtian had casually pointed his finger at the boar devil. The boar devil who was about to flee did not even have time to take a step before the sword ray that shot out from Duan Lingtian's finger pierced through the space between his brows. Die! In just a blink of an eye, the two boar devils were killed by Duan Lingtian. Although the muscular boar devil named Xiong knew Duan Lingtian was strong, he could not help but shudder when he saw how easily Duan Lingtian had killed two boar devils whose strength was on par with his. However, when he regained his senses, he quickly took the spatial ring from the muscular boar devil's hand and handed it to Duan Lingtian respectfully. Then, without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, he continued to lead the way obediently. At the same time, he was delighted when he thought about how Duan Lingtian had killed his two nemeses. Without his two nemeses, he would be able to live comfortably in the future. My lord, we're here. As soon as Xiong voice rang in the air, a vast valley appeared in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. On the other side of this vast valley, there were three simple wooden huts standing on the mountainside. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness toward the three wooden houses. Who's there? In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian felt three divine consciousnesses that were stronger than his own charging toward his divine consciousness. However, Duan Lingtian seemed to be prepared for this. The moment the three powerful divine senses collided with him, his divine sense quickly retreated, returning to his soul in the blink of an eye. The divine consciousness was dependent on the soul. The level of one's soul was directly related to one's cultivation base. Currently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. His soul and divine consciousness were at the same level as well. The divine consciousness that was stronger than his had to be from a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. The three great guardian warriors. Duan Lingtian was certain this was the cultivation place of the three great guardian warriors. The boar devil who led the way had not lied to him. Boom! 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 Almost as soon as the thought left Duan Lingtian's mind, the three wooden houses on the other side of the mountain on the other side of the valley exploded in unison. Three figures that looked like devil gods appeared out of thin air. In just a blink of an eye, the three figures appeared in the sky near Duan Lingtian. They hovered in the air and stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. They were none other than the three boar devils who looked identical. The three boar devils were very tall. They were at least 2 meters tall, and their devil chi was so strong that they looked like three devil gods. These three boar devils were the three great guardian warriors of the boar devil clan. A human devil? The expressions of the three great guardian warriors from the boar devil clan darkened when they saw Duan Lingtian's appearance. You've got guts. How dare you bring a human devil into the boar devil clan's territory? When the boar devil Xiong's expression changed drastically when he saw the three great guardian warriors, one of the three great guardian warriors suddenly shouted. In just a blink of an eye, devil chi surged out of his body and transformed into a gigantic palm that slammed down on Xiong. Boom! The giant palm tore through the air and swept down like a huge mountain crashing down, its momentum vast and mighty. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow, but he did not stop it. Chapter 2258. Xiong-suk, the boar devil, was overjoyed when he learned that his two rivals had been killed by Duan Lingtian. He felt that he would be able to live a better life in the future. However, he did not expect that Duan Lingtian would be killed so easily. He did not even have the chance to live a better life before he was killed. Moreover, he was killed by a fellow boar devil. When one of the three great guardian warriors from the boar devil clan attacked Xiong-suk, Duan Lingtian was in time to stop him. However, he did not do so. Even if the three great guardian warriors did not kill Xiong-suk, he did not plan to let him go. Since Xiong-suk had used him to kill the two boar devils, he was also using Xiong-suk to find the three great guardian warriors. The boar devil clan had killed countless humans. He would not show any mercy to such a clan of devils. Brat, as a human devil, how dare you come to the boar devil clan's territory? It seems like you're tired of living. One of the three great guardian warriors from the boar devil clan, the boar devil who had just killed Xiong-suk, said coldly as he glared at Duan Lingtian. Tired of living? Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh when he heard the boar devil's words. Without waiting for the boar devil's reply, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as a sneer appeared on his face. The reason I came to the boar devil clan's territory is because of the three great guardian warriors. Now, all of you can accompany that boar devil in hell. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a whirlpool appeared in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A whirlpool appeared out of thin air. It spun continuously as though it was going to devour heaven and earth. When the whirlpool merged with Duan Lingtian, it began to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's son Saint Origin had risen to the level of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, it continued to rise, albeit at a slower pace. Shameless boasting. At the same time, the three great guardian deities roared furiously in unison as well. At the same time, they all came back to their senses. Golden crow's wings. Under the watchful eyes of the three boar devils, who had just come back to their senses, Duan Lingtian cast the golden crow's wings, and a pair of flaming wings appeared on his back. As soon as the wings appeared, they began to flap violently. Immediately, boom, 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 boom. Accompanied by the deafening sound of air exploding, Duan Lingtian had already left his original spot under the push of the golden crow's wings and arrived at another place. And the surroundings of the place where he arrived were rich in heaven and earth spirit chi for him to freely devour. Elementary devouring technique. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had devoured all the surrounding spiritual energy. His using an assist-type divine ability to absorb world energy to enhance his saint chi. At this moment, one of the three great guardian deities of the boar demon clan was the first to notice something was amiss, and he let out an urgent roar. Immediately, the other two of the three great guardian deities came back to their senses. As powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they were extremely sensitive to the heaven and earth spirit chi. They could clearly see that the surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi had become very thin. It was as though the heaven and earth spirit chi was being sucked dry. Kill him. The three great guardian deities roared at the same time. As twins, they had a tacit understanding with each other. As soon as they finished speaking, they charged toward Duan Lingtian in unison. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The three great guardian deities were extremely fast. They moved in unison like three streaks of lightning as they charged toward Duan Lingtian. Although the three great guardian deities were fast, they were only as fast as Duan Lingtian. Even if they cast their divine abilities, their movement techniques, and their soaring devil chi, they still could not outrun Duan Lingtian in terms of speed. After all, Duan Lingtian had changed a few places to absorb the heaven and earth spirit chi. Although his saint origin was not as strong as a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it was not far from it. Elementary devouring tactic. After devouring the heaven and earth spirit chi in one place, Duan Lingtian moved to another place. Elementary devouring tactic. He moved to another place. Elementary devouring tactic. He moved to another place. This is bad. His saint origin is still increasing. One of the three great guardian warriors from the Boar Devil clan cried out in alarm when he saw Duan Ling Tian's sun saint origin was getting stronger and stronger. A hint of dread could be heard in his voice when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Swoosh, swoosh. The other two great guardian deities were horrified as well when they discovered Duan Ling Tian's saint origin was increasing in speed. At this moment, the three great guardian deities realized something was amiss. At this moment, finally, after some effort, Duan Ling Tian finally managed to raise his sun saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the saint celestial stage. He could not help but feel excited. At this moment, his sun saint origin had completely surpassed the saint origin of the three great guardian deities. I've long heard that the three great guardian deities from the Boar Devil clan are almost invincible against cultivators below the 9th form of the saint celestial stage when they join forces. Now that his sun saint origin was comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the saint celestial stage, Duan Ling Tian was filled with confidence. He immediately turned around and shouted as he charged toward the three great guardian deities who were still chasing after him. Golden Crow's Wings. Currently, Duan Ling Tian's sun saint origin was comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the saint celestial stage when he cast the divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. His speed was, naturally, twice as fast as the three great guardian deities. 9th form of the saint celestial stage. The three great guardian deities' expressions changed drastically when they saw Duan Ling Tian charging toward them. At this moment, based on the human devil powerhouse's speed and the surging saint origin, they could tell the human devil powerhouse's saint origin was at the 9th form of the saint origin. The human devil powerhouse's saint origin had risen to the 9th form of the saint celestial stage. Moreover, his speed had risen to the 9th form of the saint celestial stage. They could not compare to him at all. Defend with all your might. We'll deal with him after the effect of his assist-type divine ability wears off. At the same time, the three great guardian deities came to a halt. They stood back to back and faced different directions. As soon as the three of them formed a group, the demon chi in their bodies merged together. The demon chi in their bodies fused together perfectly, mixing with the three perfectly fused saint chi and forming a solid black light shield that enveloped the three of them. Upon closer inspection, one could clearly see that there were black lightning bolts everywhere. Bolts of black lightning could be seen swirling around the black light shield. Every time a bolt of lightning flashed, it was filled with waves of demonic chi and emitted a terrifying aura. At the critical moment, the three guardian deities chose to join forces to defend. Since they were twins, they were able to perfectly fuse their defensive martial tactics and defensive divine abilities together to cast a defensive technique that could withstand the attacks of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the saint celestial stage for a period of time. Unless it was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the saint celestial stage who was close to passing the heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the saint celestial stage to breach their defenses in such a short time. In their opinion, although the human devil powerhouse's strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the saint celestial stage, it was all thanks to his assist-type divine ability. As long as the support god Art's effect was over, he would return to his original state. At that time, he would be at their mercy again. I can't believe this human devil has mastered such a powerful assist-type divine ability. He's actually able to raise his saint origin to the 9th form of the saint celestial stage. The three guardian warriors, who were very confident in their defenses, couldn't help but sigh. Humph. As long as we survive this wave of attacks, when the effect of his support god Art wears off, won't he be a fish on the chopping board for us to slaughter? His current strength is comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the saint celestial stage at most. It's impossible for him to breach our defenses in such a short time. The three great guardian deities were very confident in their combined defensive techniques. Interesting. Duan Ling Tian, who was charging toward the three guardian warriors, raised an eyebrow when he saw their defenses. He raised his hand and took out his 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. Otherworldly celestial, sword-wielding art. In the next moment, he unleashed the strongest attack that he could unleash at the moment. He cast his offensive divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, and the third stage of the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also conjured a few clones. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The main body of the Thousand Inscriptions sacred sword and its doppelganger were filled with Sun Saint origin as they flew towards the three great Vajras in formation. Several thousand inscriptions saint swords pierced through the air, emitting a series of sword whistles that lasted only for a brief moment. The sword rays flashed and whistled through the air as if they could pierce through everything. How fast! How powerful! At the same time, the three great guardian warriors from the Boar Devil clan discovered how terrifying Duan Lingtian's attack was. In their eyes, the streaks of sword light were like the fleeting appearance of a swan. Finally, the main body of the Thousand Inscriptions Saint Sword and the clones collided with the three guardian warriors' defenses. Boom! 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 However, along with a series of earth-shattering noises, rang out. Duan Lingtian's attacks landed on the defensive light shield cast by the three great guardian warriors, causing ripples to form on the shield. Chapter 2259. Although Duan Lingtian's attacks were swift and ferocious, it was difficult for him to break through the defensive technique cast by the three great guardian warriors of the Boar Devil clan. As expected, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly when he saw this. In fact, he had expected this to happen. However, he could not help but sigh when it turned out to be true. Currently, he was attacking with all his might. Alas, he was still unable to break through the defenses of the three great guardian warriors. Although my Sun Saint origin has reached the critical point of the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I can't unleash the full strength of my Saint origin since I'm not a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In fact, he had already noticed this when he tried to raise his Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although he had raised his Saint origin to that level, he could not unleash the full strength of his Saint origin. When a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage broke through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, not only would his Saint origin improve, but his comprehension of heaven and earth would also improve. It sounded extremely mysterious, but it wasn't completely without reason. The 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the Celestial Ascension form. Some people might think that the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was called the Celestial Ascension form because powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage had to undergo the Celestial Ascension tribulation. However, this was a huge mistake. Although the Celestial Ascension tribulation was one of the reasons the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was called the Celestial Ascension form, it was not the only reason. There was a process for powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage to trigger the Celestial Ascension tribulation. This process was based on one's comprehension of heaven and earth. Only when one's comprehension of heaven and earth had reached a certain level would one be able to trigger the Celestial Ascension tribulation. Otherwise, even if one's Saint origin had reached the critical point, one would not be able to trigger the Celestial Ascension tribulation. If he could not attract the Celestial Ascension tribulation, he would not be able to pass the tribulation, let alone become an eminent celestial. In the process of comprehending heaven and earth, powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to use their Saint origin with ease. This was the use of Saint Chi that transcended martial arts and divine abilities. It was also because of this. The strength of the Saint origin cast by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and Duan Lingtian, who was a martial cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, were on a completely different level. During the battle between Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, and Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Tang Xian's Saint origin definitely didn't reach the critical point. And his martial arts moves and divine abilities won't be stronger than mine. However, even so, the strength he displayed at that time was far superior to my full strength attack. The reason why this happened is because he has become more and more proficient in using his Saint Chi through perceiving this world, allowing him to control his own Saint Chi like an extension of his own body, far surpassing my current level. Duan Lingtian had personally witnessed the battle between Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, and Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. That battle was still vivid in his mind. For this reason, he could clearly see the difference in strength between him and Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin. If my cultivation base was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage instead of the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I would have been able to slightly comprehend heaven and earth. The force of my earlier attack wouldn't have merely caused a small ripple in their defenses. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly as he looked at the defensive light shield around the three great guardian warriors. Only powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to comprehend heaven and earth. For this reason, no matter how much Duan Lingtian sighed, it did not change the fact that he was unable to comprehend heaven and earth. Boy from the Human Devil clan, go ahead and use your assist-type divine ability while it's still in effect. Otherwise, you might not be able to withstand a single attack from the three of us once the effect of your assist-type divine ability wears off, one of the three great guardian warriors said mockingly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect the Human Devil clan to have someone like you. Even Xing Yuan Ba, the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Human Devil clan, is no match for you. Unfortunately, even if you're stronger than Xing Yuan Ba, you're going to die here today. The other two great guardian warriors looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly as well. Due to Duan Lingtian's earlier attack, the defensive light shield that was shrouded in Devil Chi had dimmed slightly, but it was not as obvious as before. It was obvious the defensive light shield did not deplete much of its energy after withstanding Duan Lingtian's attack. Upon hearing the three great guardian warriors' words, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as he narrowed his eyes. In an instant, a cold glint flashed across his narrowed eyes. It seems like all of you think you can defeat me, Duan Lingtian said calmly as soon as he opened his eyes. It was as though he was not affected by the three great guardian warriors' words at all. Nothing could be more calm than this. Chem. To a certain extent, Duan Lingtian's calmness had shocked the three great guardian warriors as well. However, they were only taken aback for a moment before the sneer on their faces deepened. You're just bluffing. Do you think we'll be afraid of you just because of this? Ridiculous. When the three great guardian warriors spoke again, their voices were filled with disdain. Your wishful thinking is pretty good, Li Yarrow said with a smile. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged in the face of the three great guardian warriors' disdain and ridicule. His tone was still very calm. If I continue to attack with all my strength, I might be able to break through your defense after a while. However, by that time, the effect of my assist-type divine ability would have worn off. My saint origin would have been reduced to its original state. Duan Lingtian's words destroyed the three great guardian warriors' thoughts. However, have you thought about this? If I escape with my current saint origin, will you be able to catch up with me? Duan Lingtian continued to ask in a mocking tone. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the three great guardian warriors were stunned for a moment before their expressions darkened. As twins, the three of them worked together. Their strongest technique was their defensive technique, followed by their offensive technique. Their only weakness was their speed. If Duan Lingtian really wanted to escape now, he could easily escape with his life. They would not be able to use their strength at all. Cowards. Sure enough, human devils are all cowards. Human devil brat, you're really a disgrace to the Human Devil clan. How dare you try to escape? Coward. After Duan Lingtian's reminder, the three great guardian warriors became anxious. They began to mock Duan Lingtian. They wanted to provoke Duan Lingtian so he would lose his mind and stay behind. Only then would they have a chance to kill the Human Devil brat. If the Human Devil brat escaped, they could only watch from the sidelines. There was nothing they could do. How could Duan Lingtian not see through the three great guardian warriors' little tricks? The three of you don't have to provoke me. Although I can escape now, I won't. It's because the three of you aren't qualified to make me escape. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his words were as clear as day. The three great guardian warriors were also stunned by Duan Lingtian's sudden outburst. They did not know where Duan Lingtian got his confidence from to actually dare to say such a thing. I have to say, The defensive technique the three of you cast when you join forces is very strong. It's so strong that even an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage might not be able to break through it in a short time. Before the three great guardian warriors could regain their senses, Duan Ling Tian continued to speak before the three great guardian warriors could react. Unfortunately, all of you met me today. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he raised his hand and a stone tablet with a chipped corner appeared in his hand. When the stone tablet first appeared, it looked simple and unadorned. Apart from the ancient and complicated words carved on it, there was nothing eye-catching about it. All of a sudden, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Along with the soft sound, the stone tablet with a chipped corner in Duan Ling Tian's hand suddenly emitted a vast and majestic devil chi. Demonic chi soared into the sky, as if it could break through the dome of heaven. All of this was caused by Duan Ling Tian activating the Sun Saint Chi in his body and fusing it into the stone tablet. I didn't expect the Devil Seal tablet would react so strongly when I infused it with the Sun Saint origin that's comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Based on the Devil Seal tablet's reaction, it shouldn't be a problem for it to break through the defenses of the three great guardian warriors. At first, Duan Ling Tian was shocked by the stone tablet's reaction. However, a moment later, he came back to his senses and revealed a smile. Demonic chi surged from the Devil Seal tombstone as if it could support the heavens and the earth. If one took a closer look, they would be able to see that within the demonic chi that soared into the sky, there were bolts of purple lightning that flashed like purple divine dragons. The purple lightning bolts were surrounded by an even more profound devil chi that emitted an ancient and vicissitude aura. It was as though the lightning bolts had an extraordinary origin. The stone tablet with a chipped corner in Duan Ling Tian's hand was none other than the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, that had not appeared in a long time. The three great guardian warriors from the Boar Devil clan noticed the devil chi surging from the Devil Seal tablet. The disdain on their faces disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. The stone tablet in the human devil's hand gave them a sense of oppression that came from the bottom of their hearts and souls. Chapter 2260. All of a sudden, whoosh! A deafening sound rang in the air. The Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, flew out of Duan Ling Tian's hand. It hovered in the air as the devil chi surged. The purple lightning that connected heaven and earth became even more terrifying. Even Duan Ling Tian himself did not expect this to happen. For a moment, he was so shocked that he could not help but be stunned. At that moment, a gentle energy surged out of the Devil Seal tablet and pushed his hand away without hurting it. The Devil Seal tablet had also regained its freedom at that moment. The Devil Seal tablet that had regained its freedom hovered in the air. The devil chi that rose from it became even more majestic and majestic. From afar, it looked like a pillar that was burning with black flames. In just a blink of an eye, a change occurred. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Accompanied by waves of ghost-like wails and wolf-like howls, the soaring demonic aura that seemed to connect the heavens and the earth suddenly gathered and squeezed together. Finally, it descended from the sky and entered the demon sealing tablet. In just a blink of an eye, the devil chi on the Devil Seal tablet surged. Rolling shockwaves swept out in all directions with the Devil Seal tablet as the center. Boom, 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 boom. The shockwaves caused by the surging devil chi on the Devil Seal tablet set off a series of thunderous explosions. At the same time, it stirred up a violent wind that seemed to be able to sweep away everything in its path. At the same time, the three great guardian warriors of the Boar Devil clan who were protected by the defensive light shield could clearly sense the strange aura. The aura from the tablet with a missing corner that was hovering in front of the human devil boy was so strong that it caused their souls to tremble. It was as though they would not be able to escape from the aura even if they fled to the ends of the world. This is the Devil Seal tablet. At this moment, no matter how slow the three great guardian warriors were, they could guess what the tablet with a missing corner that caused their souls to tremble was. It was none other than the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, which was used to restrain the Devil clan. When the expressions of the three great guardian warriors changed drastically, the demonic chi on the Devil Seal tombstone surged as it shot out with a terrifying momentum. Wherever it passed, the void trembled as if it could collapse at any moment. Boom! In the next moment, before the three guardian deities could react, the Devil Seal tombstone had already smashed into the defensive light shield around them. The defensive light barrier was the most powerful technique that the three great guardian warriors could cast. It could even withstand the full-powered attack of an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage for a period of time. Even though Duan Lingtian had used all his strength just now, he had only managed to create a small ripple on the surface. And now, boom, 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 boom. After the Devil Seal tombstone smashed into the defensive light barrier, a series of crisp sounds rang out. It was as if the tombstone wouldn't stop. During this process, the defensive light shield that the three King Kongs of the Boar Demon clan relied on to survive was as vulnerable as a clay chicken or a pottery dog. The defensive technique that the three great guardian warriors cast was like a joke in front of the Devil Seal tombstone. No! 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 Seeing how the Devil Seal tombstone easily destroyed their defensive means, the pupils of the three great guardian deities constricted. Their expressions changed drastically, and they could not help but let out waves of extremely anxious low roars. Run! The same thought appeared in the three great guardian warriors' minds at the same time. At this time, other than this thought, they couldn't think of anything else. They didn't even have the time to figure out why this human devil brat had the Devil Seal tablet. They didn't even have the time to figure out why this human devil brat could use it. After all, the Devil Seal tombstone was the bane of the devil clans and devil cultivators. They would only suffer backlash if they used the Devil Seal tombstone. Trying to escape. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a sneer when he saw the three great guardian warriors trying to flee in different directions. How could three mere devils at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage escape from the Devil Seal tombstone? The outcome was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. Boom, 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 boom. Another series of explosions rang in the air. The Devil Seal tombstone had destroyed the three great guardian warriors before they could even make a move. After the Devil Seal tombstone was in its hands, the devil chi around it vanished and returned to its original appearance. It looked harmless. On the other hand, the three great guardian warriors from the Boar Devil clan were lifeless as though they had lost their souls. Indeed, they had lost their souls. Their souls had been suppressed by the Devil Seal tombstone. As for whether they were sealed within the Devil Seal tombstone or destroyed, only the Devil Seal tombstone knew. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian made his way to the corpses of the three great guardian warriors. After collecting their spatial rings, he began to devour their innate spiritual roots. Although innate spiritual roots were dependent on one's soul, the Devil Seal tombstone had only targeted the three great guardian warriors' souls and did not touch their innate spiritual roots. For this reason, it did not affect Duan Lingtian's ability to devour their innate spiritual roots. As expected, their innate spiritual roots are blue. When Duan Lingtian devoured the innate spiritual roots of the three great guardian warriors, he discovered the three great guardian warriors possessed indigo innate spiritual roots. Moreover, their innate spiritual roots were blue. Their innate spiritual roots are enough to help my innate spiritual root break through to the next grade. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his emotions surged again. After a while, Duan Lingtian calmed down and began to devour the innate spiritual roots of the three great guardian warriors. Duan Lingtian was very familiar with the process of devouring the innate spiritual roots. Therefore, he did not encounter any problems and everything went smoothly. Now is the time. When the innate spiritual roots of the three great guardian warriors merged with his innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. His breathing seemed to have stopped at this moment. At the same time, the innate spiritual roots of the three great guardian warriors merged with Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root had already reached the critical point. It was only half a step away from transforming into a black innate spiritual root. Now that the innate spiritual roots of the three great guardian warriors had merged with Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root, It instantly helped Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root to cross the final step and transform successful. Black innate spiritual root. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered that his innate spiritual root had transformed into a black innate spiritual root. His innate spiritual root had completely transformed into a black innate spiritual root. Ha 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 ha. Duan Lingtian was in a good mood when he saw his innate spiritual root had finally transformed into the highest grade, the black innate spiritual root. He could not help but laugh out loud. His laughter was unrestrained and carefree. I wonder how much faster my cultivation speed is now after my innate spiritual root has transformed into a black innate spiritual root. While Duan Lingtian was trying to sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings, something happened. Before he could sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings, another accident occurred. Boom, 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 boom. Before Duan Lingtian could absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in his body, a series of deafening claps of thunder resonated from the clouds above his head. It sounded as though the thunder god was roaring. What happened? For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not continue to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the horizon. When the spiritual chi of heaven and earth near Duan Lingtian dissipated, Duan Lingtian could clearly see, above his head, the clouds in all directions moved. Dark clouds appeared one after another, and their colors became increasingly dark. Purple electric snakes could be vaguely seen moving within, giving people a hair-raising feeling. If one took a closer look, they would discover that the purple electric serpents were actually bolts of purple lightning that were coiling around the dark clouds that were becoming darker and darker in color. This is a heavenly tribulation. The scene before his eyes reminded Duan Lingtian of the heavenly tribulation he had overcome when he was still on the mortal continent. At that time, the heavenly tribulation he underwent was called the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. The 6-9 heavenly tribulation was the heavenly tribulation that every powerhouse at the peak of the nascent soul stage had to face after breaking through to the void stage. Once one entered the void stage, one would be able to fly. To a certain extent, it was considered heaven-defying. Therefore, the heavens would send the heavenly tribulation as punishment. In the mundane realm, there are 3 types of heavenly tribulation. The first type is the 6-9 heavenly tribulation that one would have to face after breaking through to the void stage. The second type is the 9-9 heavenly tribulation that one would have to face after breaking through to the void stage. As for the third type, it's the celestial ascension tribulation that one would have to face after breaking through to the 9th form of the saint celestial stage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, "Don't tell me this is the heavenly tribulation that I've attracted after breaking through to the 7th form of the saint celestial stage, the heaven-defying form? After all, after breaking through to the 7th form of the saint celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, one's lifespan would be as long as heaven and earth. It's also heaven-defying." Duan Lingtian dismissed this thought as soon as it appeared in his mind. After all, it was impossible. If the 7th form of the saint celestial stage would attract the heavenly tribulation, it's impossible that I don't know about it. Not only did I not hear about it, but I didn't know about it as well. I didn't even know about it through shortcuts. However, if it's not because I've broken through to the 7th form of the saint celestial stage, what is it? Chapter 2261. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Duan Lingtian was still puzzled when a deafening clap of thunder resonated in the sky above him. Within Duan Lingtian's line of sight, dark clouds had already gathered high up in the sky. It gave off a feeling as though the dark clouds were pressing down on the city and it was about to fall. It was as though the end of the world had arrived. Purple lightning bolts flashed in the dark clouds. Not only were there more and more of them, but they seemed to have become thicker as well. If the purple lightning bolts from before were like little purple snakes, they were now like little purple snakes. However, the purple lightning bolts now were like thick purple pythons. These purple pythons rolled around in the dark clouds. They would flash from time to time, and the purple light would shine so brightly that it was blinding. This heavenly tribulation seems to be quite powerful. Although the heavenly tribulation had yet to take form, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense how terrifying it was. It was much more powerful than the 6 in 9 heavenly tribulation he had experienced in the past. If they were to compare, the difference would be like heaven and earth. It was like heaven and earth. If it's not because of my cultivation base at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage that attracted the heavenly tribulation, there's only one possibility. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Black innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian remembered the heavenly tribulation had appeared when he tried to sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy after his innate spiritual root had transformed into a black innate spiritual root. Perhaps, this was not a coincidence. A black innate spiritual root can be considered as a heaven-defying innate spiritual root. It must be because my innate spiritual root has transformed into a black innate spiritual root that the heavens sent the heavenly tribulation. The more Duan Ling Tian thought about it, the more certain he became. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian put away the super saint weapon, the devil seal tablet, that was still hovering in the air. He looked at the dark clouds in the sky that were still growing and the lightning bolts that looked like purple pythons. I wonder, how powerful is this heavenly tribulation? In the face of the impending heavenly tribulation, Duan Ling Tian's expression couldn't help but turn solemn. After all, the power of the heavenly tribulation that was brewing in front of him was unknown. The unknown was also the scariest. As Duan Ling Tian waited anxiously, the heavenly tribulation that came out of nowhere finally finished brewing. Of course, it was not that Duan Ling Tian was looking for trouble and waiting for the heavenly tribulation to take shape. It was just that no matter where he went now, the tribulation clouds that were brewing the heavenly tribulation in the sky would follow him. He tried to run away, but he couldn't. Therefore, he could only wait patiently for the heavenly tribulation to take shape. After the heavenly tribulation was formed, the number of tribulation clouds in the sky did not continue to increase. However, the bolts of lightning that kept rolling around the tribulation clouds like purple pythons seemed to be getting more and more violent. Boom, 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 boom. At the same time, the sound of thunder that Duan Ling Tian had never heard before became more frequent. In the end, the frequency of the thunder was almost comparable to the frequency of firecrackers. It's coming. After about 15 minutes, Duan Ling Tian, who had his eyes fixed on the tribulation clouds in the sky, felt a jolt in his heart. At the same time, his eyes could not help but narrow. Almost as soon as the thought appeared in his mind, the heavenly tribulation that had been brewing for a long time finally opened its mouth and bared its fangs. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded in the sky and reverberated between heaven and earth. It sounded like the roar of the thunder god. The earth seemed to tremble violently as if it had triggered an earthquake. Whoosh! Along with the explosion, a purple lightning bolt that was as thick as a child's body appeared. When the lightning bolt struck, it locked onto Duan Ling Tian. The heavenly tribulation had officially arrived. Elementary devouring tactic. Golden crow's wings. Faced with the first tribulation lightning, Duan Ling Tian, naturally, did not sit there and wait for his death. He quickly cast a few techniques. After casting the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to raise his son Saint Origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Duan Ling Tian cast his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, in an attempt to dodge the tribulation lightning. Although the tribulation lightning did not give him a sense of danger, he was more than willing to dodge it if he could. As someone who had undergone the 6-9 heavenly tribulation before, Duan Ling Tian, naturally, knew the tribulation lightning of the heavenly tribulation was more powerful than the previous one. If he could preserve his strength, he would be more than happy to deal with the tribulation lightning later on. In comparison, the consumption of Saint Origin by using his movement divine ability was not as much as attacking directly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Duan Ling Tian, who had activated his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, seemed to have transformed into a swift and agile bird as he constantly flew in the air to avoid the tribulation lightning that was surging toward him. However, that tribulation lightning seemed to have grown eyes. No matter where Duan Ling Tian went, it would chase after him. It was as though it would not give up until it caught up to him. It seems like I can't dodge it. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian realized it was impossible for him to avoid the tribulation lightning, so he decided to stop moving and dodging. After stopping, Duan Lingtian raised his hand as his sun Saint Origin surged and condensed. Finally, it transformed into a 3-foot-long sword ray. Sword-wielding technique. As soon as the 3-foot-long sword ray was formed, Duan Lingtian casually tossed it out. It left a sword mark in the air before it disappeared without a trace. Swoosh! The brief howl of the sword resounded out abruptly, and then a sword light tore through the sky and moved to greet the tribulation lightning that approached menacingly. Whoosh! 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 When the sword ray collided with the tribulation lightning, it did not make a loud noise. However, the sound of friction between the two forces was enough to hurt one's eardrums. There was no doubt the tribulation lightning was powerful. Although this was only the first tribulation lightning that Duan Lingtian was facing, it was not weak at all. It was not any weaker than the full-force attack of a martial cultivator at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, the full-force attack of a martial cultivator at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage was nothing compared to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian merely formed a 3-foot-long sword ray with his Sun Saint Origin and activated the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword wielding the heart, and easily destroyed the tribulation lightning. The sword beam pierced through the sky, piercing through the tribulation lightning from head to toe and destroying it. The first tribulation lightning was destroyed. Although Duan Lingtian managed to withstand the first tribulation lightning, he did not feel happy at all. Instead, his expression turned even grimmer. The first tribulation lightning is already so powerful. It's comparable to the full-force attack of a martial cultivator at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The second tribulation lightning is comparable to the attack of a martial cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. These are only the first two tribulation lightning. The subsequent tribulation lightning will only get stronger. Will I be able to withstand it in the end? When Duan Lingtian thought of this, not only did he have a solemn expression on his face, but even his eyes were filled with worry. Boom! 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 Thunder continued to rumble in the sky, reverberating between heaven and earth. The commotion was extremely great. Boom! Suddenly, another earth-shattering sound of thunder reverberated in the air. What followed was the second bolt of tribulation lightning. The second tribulation lightning was much thicker than the first tribulation lightning. The first tribulation lightning was as thick as a child's body. The second tribulation lightning was as thick as an adult woman's body. Whether it was in terms of strength or speed, it was much stronger than the first tribulation lightning. Sword-wielding technique. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and formed a 3-foot-long sword ray with his Sun Saint Origin again. He used the same technique to attack the tribulation lightning. However, this time, his attack was evenly matched with the tribulation lightning. It was difficult to determine the outcome of the battle. In the end, Duan Lingtian's sword ray was exhausted. However, the tribulation lightning seemed to have endless energy as it continued to charge toward Duan Lingtian. The tribulation lightning was ferocious, as though it could destroy everything in the world. The strength of the second tribulation lightning is comparable to the full-force attack of an ordinary martial cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian's expression turned even more solemn. Although he had only used his Sun Saint Origin to deal with the tribulation lightning, his current Sun Saint Origin was comparable to the Saint Origin of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even so, he was still unable to block the second tribulation lightning. It was only natural that he had not used his full strength. However, the might of the second bolt of lightning still managed to shock him to a certain extent. Furthermore, it was quite a shock. Whoosh! Faced with the ferocious tribulation lightning, Duan Lingtian raised his hand. The Sun Saint Origin in his body surged out through his 99 saint veins and formed a 3-foot-long sword ray again. Swoosh! Although it was the same technique as before, it seemed as though he had the help of the gods when he swung his sword. Whether it was its speed or its strength, it had increased by more than one level. Duan Lingtian had used his full strength. The outcome was different from before. This sword ray successfully destroyed the second tribulation lightning. After the second tribulation lightning, the third tribulation lightning struck. Its strength was comparable to the full-force attack of an ordinary powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian took out his 1,000 inscriptions Saint sword and barely withstood the 3rd Tribulation Lightning. The 4th Tribulation Lightning was even more powerful. It was comparable to the full-force attack of a powerhouse at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This time, Duan Lingtian quickly moved to different locations. He used the elementary devouring tactic to raise his Sun Saint origin to its maximum before he was able to destroy the 4th Tribulation Lightning. Boom! Another thunderous sound reverberated in the air. The 5th Tribulation Lightning had arrived. This Tribulation Lightning is comparable to the full-force attack of an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if I use all my techniques, I'm afraid I can only barely withstand it. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave when he sensed the strength of the 5th Tribulation Lightning. He had used all his techniques, but he could only barely withstand the Tribulation Lightning. Chapter 2262. After the demons from the land of exile entered the Dobasay subterranean, they would usually gather together and occupy an area as their own territory. In this territory, there were also places similar to gathering places. Take the Human Devil Saint City of the Human Devil clan for example. More than half of the Human Devil clan's experts were gathered there. The strongest forces of the Human Devil clan, the 3 palaces and 6 halls, were all in the Human Devil Saint City. It was the same for the boar demons. The gathering place of the Pig Demon clan was located in a vast valley. The 3 most powerful tribes of the Pig Demon clan were located in 3 different directions of the valley. The 3 most powerful tribes in the Boar Demon clan were the Black Boar tribe, the Thunder Boar tribe, and the Red Boar tribe. The boar demons of the Black Boar tribe had strong physical bodies and were skilled in hand-to-hand combat. The boar devils of the Thunder Boar tribe were not Dao cultivators due to their physiques, but they were able to summon heavenly lightning to assist them in battle. The boar devils of the Red Boar tribe knew how to go berserk. Once they went berserk, their blood would surge to the sky, and their bodies would turn red. The 3 strongest people in the Boar Devil clan, the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan, were from these 3 tribes. They were also the leaders of these 3 tribes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All of a sudden, 3 ear-piercing swishing noises burst out, breaking the silence of the Boar Demon clan. It was the Black Boar tribe, the Thunder Boar tribe, and the Red Boar tribe. Each of them had a figure breaking through the air. Their speed was so fast that it was like a ghost. They were heading toward the center of the Boar Devil clan's gathering place. That was where the great altar of the Boar Devil clan was located. Apart from the Human Devil clan, all the major devil clans had their own beliefs. Their faith was basically based on their ancestors. Moreover, no matter where the devil race moved to, they would build a large altar and carve a statue of their ancestor on the altar as a form of worship. The great altar of the Boar Devil clan occupied a vast area. There was another altar at the center of the great altar. A tall and burly figure stood on the altar in a bow stance. He held a trident in one hand while his index and middle fingers pointed to the sky with the other hand. His eyes were cold as he stared at the sky. It was as though he was the ruler of the world with the trident in his hand. His head was a pig's head. Clearly, he was also a boar devil. He was the ancestor of the Boar Devil clan, the existence that the Boar Devil clan worshipped for generations. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, 3 more figures appeared in the sky above the great altar as 3 sonic booms approached from afar. The clan's Boar Devil clan's Black was Black Boar of the Boar Devil clan of the Boar Black Black was Boar Black Boar. Boar of the Boar Devil Boar are Boar. As the leader of the Black Boar tribe, his tanned body was also filled with explosive muscles that seemed to contain endless power. The other figure had a medium build and fair skin. He also had the head of a pig and the body of a man. If one took a closer look, they would discover that there was a purple lightning mark on the Boar Devil's forehead. If one looked carefully and seriously, they would find that within this purple lightning mark, there were strands of purple light flickering. It was as if tiny bolts of purple lightning were moving rhythmically. The Boar Devil was the leader of the Boar Devil clan's Thunder Boar tribe. He was also one of the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan. It was worth mentioning that the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe was also holding a purple crutch. It was unknown what material the crutch was made of, but it was sparkling and translucent like a crystal. The last figure was fat, with a fat head and big ears, which made his eyes look very small. His skin was more normal compared to the 2 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan. He looked like most boar devils. He was the leader of the Red Boar tribe, the last patriarch of the Boar Devil clan. Usually, the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan would stay in their respective tribes. However, at this moment, all of them were gathered in one place. Furthermore, judging from their current expressions, they were exceptionally grave and ugly. What had happened for them to react in such a manner? All of you noticed as well. After the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan gathered, the leader of the Black Boar tribe was the first to speak. His voice was as loud as thunder. I have their soul pearls as well. As long as I'm not in closed-door cultivation, I'll be able to find out immediately if something happens to them. I'm sure all of you are in the same situation, the leader of the Boar Devil clan said. The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe said in a deep voice. The purple cane in his hand flashed with a purple light, and it became stronger and stronger. It seemed as though something was brewing. The former patriarch entrusted the 3 of them to us. Although he didn't allow us to interfere with their growth, he did ask us to take care of them. I didn't expect something would happen to them here instead of in the land of exile. The leader of the Red Boar tribe said coldly, I'd like to see who dares to kill the former patriarch's 3 grandsons. As soon as the leader of the Red Boar tribe finished speaking, he made his move again. When he raised his hand, the air shook as an invisible energy surged out. Along with the invisible energy, a pile of fragments appeared. Upon closer inspection, one would see the fragments of the soul orb. Moreover, based on the number of fragments, there was more than one soul orb. I'll help you. The leader of the Thunder Boar tribe said in a low voice as he shook his walking stick. A bolt of purple lightning shot out from his walking stick and entered the statue of the Boar Devil clan's ancestor in the middle of the great altar. In just an instant, the purple light on the statue shone brightly before it converged in the statue's eyes and shot out 2 beams of purple light that looked like 2 lasers. Swoosh. Swoosh. When the 2 beams of purple light made contact with the soul orb fragments, it shone brightly again. In the next moment, clear images appeared in the void and were reflected in the eyes of the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Demon clan. The images kept changing in their eyes. The mirror images were the scenes of Du and Lingtian fighting the 3 great guardian warriors of the Boar Devil clan. The Boar Devil clan could also use the formation that had been passed down since ancient times. It was similar to the mirror image talisman in the human world. The formation was hidden in the statue of the Boar Devil clan's ancestor. It's the human devil clan. The 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan narrowed their eyes when they saw Du and Lingtian. They were furious. How dare you? How dare you? The human devil clan dares to cause trouble in the territory of the Boar Devil clan? Damn it! Damn it! The human devil clan must give us an explanation for this. The 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan were furious when they saw Du and Lingtian. Something's not right. He doesn't seem to be a match for the 3 patriarchs. Could it be that they were killed by the human devil clan's powerhouses after he lured them away? The scene of Du and Lingtian fleeing from the 3 great guardian warriors appeared in front of the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan. The chief of the Black Boar tribe frowned when he saw this. The other 2 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan were skeptical about this as well. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. After Du and Lingtian raised his son Saint Origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage with his assist-type divine ability, the 3 great guardian warriors were forced to defend themselves. Could it be that he was pretending to be weak from the beginning? Naturally, the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan were shocked when they saw this. He's not pretending to be weak. He's stalling for time to raise his strength. Look at his Saint Origin, it's constantly increasing from the beginning until the moment he counterattacked. He must have cast some assist-type divine ability to raise his Saint Origin. Based on his Saint Origin, it shouldn't be any weaker than the Saint origin of powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint celestial stage. Soon after, the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan discovered this as they discussed among themselves. Naturally, they were shocked when they discovered this. There's actually such an assist-type divine ability in this world. It's not that there's such an assist-type divine ability in this world, but when did the Human Devil clan have such a powerhouse? Although he's relying on his assist-type divine ability, his strength is not inferior to an ordinary powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint celestial stage. Even so, it's impossible for him to kill the three of them. You have to know that even the three of us can't break through their defenses in a short period of time. That's right. With their defenses, they should be able to hold on until the effects of his assist-type divine ability wear off. While the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan were puzzled, the scene before them changed a few times. In the end, they finally found out the truth. How did the three grandchildren of the patriarch of the Boar Devil clan die in the hands of this human devil brat? The Devil Seal Tablet. The Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. How did the Devil Seal Tablet end up in the hands of a human devil brat? Even if he's from the Wandering Saint Palace and doesn't have the bloodline of the devil clans, he's still a devil cultivator. Just like the devil clans, devil cultivators can't use the Devil Seal Tablet. Did we make a mistake from the beginning? Perhaps he's not a human devil from the Human Devil clan, but a human from the Saint Province realm? Human? That's right. He must be a human. He must be a human. Chapter 2263. The three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan knew a lot about the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. Perhaps more than 90% of the demons thought that the Devil Seal Tombstone was a 10,000 inscriptions saint artifact inscribed by a human celestial grade saint inscription master tens of thousands of years ago. However, they were 100% certain. The Devil Seal Tombstone was definitely not a super saint artifact inscribed by a human immortal grade saint inscription master. This was because during the end of the Human Devil era, the Devil Seal Tablet had appeared in a domineering manner and killed many powerhouses from the devil clans and devil cultivators. The souls of the devils and devil cultivators with weaker cultivations were directly destroyed, while the souls of those with stronger cultivations were suppressed and sealed by the Devil Seal Tombstone. Even among the demons, not many knew about this secret. However, this secret was passed down from generation to generation in the Boar Devil clan. It was passed down by the patriarch through word of mouth. That human celestial grade saint inscription master is merely a weakling who hasn't even broken through to the seventh form of the saint celestial stage. How can he inscribe a super saint weapon that can kill eminent celestials? Whenever the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan heard their clansmen talking about how the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, was forged by a human celestial grade saint inscription master, they scoffed at their clansmen's words. However, this was a secret that had been passed down from generation to generation in the Boar Devil clan, so they did not dare to reveal it to anyone. Even if this matter was leaked, it wouldn't have any substantial impact on the Boar Demon clan. However, a secret was a secret. How could a secret passed down by their ancestors be leaked so easily? In a sense, the Devil Seal Tablet can be considered as the first super saint weapon in the Saint Province realm. As for the 9-10,000 inscriptions saint weapons, they must have been created by that human celestial grade saint inscription master. This was the conjecture of the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan. However, what they didn't know was that, even the other 9 super saint weapons were not created by the human celestial grade saint inscription master. As for the other 9 super saint weapons, the Super Saint Sword, the 9-Cloud Sword, was created by the sword Saint Feng Qingyang from 100,000 years ago. The reason the human celestial grade saint inscription master was able to inscribe the other 8 super saint weapons was because of the 9-Cloud Sword. The Devil Seal Tablet can help a person enter the devil path and become a devil cultivator. However, it's impossible for a devil clansman or devil cultivator to control it, let alone use it against an enemy. The three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan knew a lot about the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. Naturally, they did not think the purple-clad young man in the mirror image was a devil cultivator from the Human Devil clan who had entered the devil path through the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. Because it was impossible. Based on what they knew, the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, had appeared many times before they invaded the Saint Province realm. In that case, there was only one possibility. The purple-clothed young man in the mirror image before him was a powerhouse among humans. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and the mirror image disappeared after the 3 great guardian warriors from the Boar Devil clan were killed. Didn't they say that after the Dao Martial Saint land of the Saint Province realm was split into 2, there were no more powerhouses at the Saint Celestial stage in the lower province? How did such a variable appear? Moreover, he has the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. The chief of the Black Boar tribe said with a grave expression on his face. It's not just that. When the Human Devil clan's vanguard arrived, it seemed like they wanted to conquer the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion, in the Dobasay subterranean. In the end, more than half of their people died, and many were injured. It's said that the 2 people who attacked them were devil cultivators at the Saint Celestial stage. The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe said. Apart from the 2 powerhouses from the Azure Cloud Mansion, there's also a rumor that a mad sword devil appeared in the northern part of the Dobasay subterranean. Moreover, several devil clans' powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage were killed by him. The chief of the Red Boar tribe said, it's said that the mad sword devil is a human devil cultivator. Moreover, the sword in his hand seems to be the famous Super Saint weapon, the Traceless sword, on the 10 great saint weapons ranking in the Saint Province realm. I've heard of the mad sword devil as well. It's said that he's not normal at all. When he's normal, he calls himself Su Li. When he's not normal, he'll kill without hesitation. The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe said. The mad sword devil, Su Li, is much stronger than the 2 devil cultivators at the Saint Celestial stage from the Azure Cloud Mansion. I think he's at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The chief of the Black Boar tribe said solemnly. Upon hearing this, the chiefs of the Red Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe nodded in agreement. However, the most terrifying person is the purple-clad young man who appeared in the mirror image earlier. Perhaps, he's not much stronger than the Mad Sword Devil, Su Li, but he has the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe said solemnly, the Devil Seal Tablet is the bane of our devil clans. Let alone the 3 grandsons of the old patriarch, even if the 3 of us join forces, we might not be able to kill the purple-clad young man. That's right. The chief of the Red Boar tribe sighed. Originally, we should go and collect their corpses. However, we're afraid of the purple-clad young man who possesses the Devil Seal Tablet. That's why we don't dare to go over recklessly. Although the chief of the Black Boar tribe did not say anything, based on his grim expression, one could see he was also afraid of the purple-clad young man. However, the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan were unaware that the Devil Seal Tablet was incomplete. Currently, the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, was incomplete. It might not even be able to kill devils at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage like them. However, even if they knew, they wouldn't dare to take the risk. After all, the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, had killed many eminent celestials in the devil clans and devil cultivators during the human devil era. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was completely unaware that the situation had changed. The 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan were aware of his existence and confirmed his identity as a human. It was to the extent that he was lucky enough to escape the calamity. After all, if the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan joined forces, even Duan Ling Tian would not be able to kill a devil powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage with the incomplete Devil Seal Tablet. It would be fine if he could kill them, but if he couldn't, the one who would die in the end would be him. This was because the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan had found out about the death of the 3 great guardian warriors the moment Duan Ling Tian killed them. They immediately gathered near the statue of the Boar Devil clan's ancestor at the Great Altar. For this reason, when they saw the mirror image of Duan Ling Tian killing the 3 great guardian warriors, they sighed in awe and fear. Duan Ling Tian had just withstood the 4th bolt of lightning from the heavenly tribulation. After the 4th bolt of lightning, the 5th bolt of lightning struck. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the air as the 5th tribulation lightning struck. It locked onto Duan Lingtian and charged toward him as though it was maggots that had attached itself to his bones. The strength of the fifth bolt of lightning was comparable to the full force attack of an ordinary powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. For this reason, even Duan Lingtian did not dare to be careless. He was even more cautious than when he was fighting the three great guardian warriors. Crack, crack, crack. As the muscles on Duan Lingtian's body bulged and were covered with a layer of dragon scales, his robe was torn apart, revealing his humanoid dragon body. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had officially transformed into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. After transforming into a nine-clawed dragon warrior, Duan Lingtian's physical strength was much stronger than before. Of course, even though it couldn't be compared to before, the improvement wasn't too exaggerated. At the very least, it was not exaggerated to the extent that Duan Lingtian would be able to break through the defenses of the three great guardian warriors if he had transformed into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. Previously, Duan Lingtian had not transformed into a nine-clawed dragon warrior and attacked with all his might. He had already determined that even if he transformed into a nine-clawed dragon warrior, he would not be able to break through the defenses of the three great guardian warriors in a short time. For this reason, he did not transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. Naturally, the most important reason was because he possessed the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. If he did not have the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, he might have transformed into a nine-clawed dragon warrior to test his theory. Since he had the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, there was no need for him to test his theory. Let's not talk about how powerful the last heavenly tribulation is. I'll just have to deal with the fifth heavenly tribulation first. After transforming into a nine-clawed dragon warrior, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and cast aside all distracting thoughts before he made his move. In an instant, the pair of flaming wings on his back flapped violently. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions rang in the air as Duan Lingtian took a few steps back. At the same time, Duan Lingtian took out his Thousand Inscriptions Saint Sword and cast the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, using the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword wielding with the heart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Apart from the saint origin, the divine ability, and the sword-wielding technique, Duan Lingtian's powerful physical strength as a nine-clawed dragon warrior was also present. This was the strongest attack that Duan Lingtian could cast at this moment. Destroy. Chapter 2264. Destroy. Duan Lingtian's voice reverberated in the air like a thunderclap. It was deafening. Almost as soon as his voice left his mouth, the main body of the Thousand Inscriptions Saint Sword was like a bolt of lightning that swept across the sky. It charged toward the fifth tribulation lightning with an unstoppable force. Before this, the fifth tribulation lightning had already depleted a portion of its energy due to the Thousand Inscriptions Saint Sword's clone. Before the tribulation clouds in the sky could replenish its energy, Duan Lingtian activated the main body of the Thousand Inscriptions Saint Sword. As the sword ray shot out, it collided with the fifth tribulation lightning. Instantly, kai, 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 kai. The sound of friction between energy reverberated in the air. Duan Lingtian activated the Thousand Inscriptions Saint Sword with the Imperial Sword technique, and the fifth tribulation lightning began a fierce battle. Golden Crow's wings. During the battle, Duan Lingtian did not stay idle. With a swift movement, he charged toward the tribulation lightning. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of sword whistling reverberated in the air. Duan Lingtian made his move again at lightning speed. He blocked the energy from the tribulation clouds that were about to reach the fifth tribulation lightning. At the same time, Duan Lingtian cast his strongest attack with the Thousand Inscriptions Saint Sword that was controlled by the sword-wielding art and the fifth tribulation lightning. At this moment, the battle had reached its climax. Boom, 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 boom. After the sound of friction between energy reverberated in the air, earth-shattering explosions reverberated in the air. It even drowned out the rumbling of thunder in the sky. After a series of earth-shattering explosions, a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. Some of the shockwaves collided with each other and even created mushroom clouds that could be seen clearly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time, in the void, a strong wind swept in all directions, directly uprooting the flowers and trees in the huge valley. The scene looked very chaotic. The huge valley looked as if it had just been robbed. Finally, the gale lasted for about 5 to 6 breaths of time before calming down. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. In the end, he successfully withstood the 5th tribulation lightning. Boom, 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 boom. Just as Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, the sound of thunder continued to ring in his ears. It was as if it was reminding him that the heavenly tribulation was not over yet, and that the 6th bolt of tribulation lightning was about to descend. Immediately, Duan Lingtian shuddered and came back to his senses. His expression, which had just relaxed, tightened once more, as if he was facing a great enemy. If the 5th tribulation lightning is already so terrifying, then the 6th tribulation lightning will definitely be even more terrifying. How am I supposed to defend myself now? Looking at the tribulation clouds flashing in the sky, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with bitterness. Just as Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with bitterness and even a faint trace of despair, he, who had been watching the changes in the tribulation clouds in the sky, suddenly seemed to have discovered something. His pupils shrank, and the solemn look on his face disappeared, replaced by a look of shock. This was because, just as Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with despair, the tribulation clouds in the sky began to disperse gradually. The sound of thunder, which was still ringing in the sky, gradually became softer and softer. In the end, it completely disappeared. The scene in front of him made Duan Lingtian unable to come back to his senses for a long time. This was because everything in front of him had happened too suddenly. The heavenly tribulation actually ended just like that. The heavenly tribulation he faced today was only 5 bolts of tribulation lightning. After about a dozen breaths, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. When he regained his senses, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Fear still lingered in his heart. What a false alarm. I didn't expect there to only be 5 bolts of tribulation lightning in the tribulation clouds. Fortunately, there were only 5 bolts of tribulation lightning. Otherwise, let alone the remaining bolts of tribulation lightning, even the 6th bolt of tribulation lightning would be enough to kill me, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could only rejoice in his heart. Even if there were 6 bolts of tribulation lightning in the tribulation clouds today, he would definitely die. Fortunately, there were only 5 bolts of tribulation lightning in the tribulation clouds today, allowing him to pass through it successfully. If this heavenly tribulation is really caused by my innate spiritual root transforming into a black innate spiritual root, then the danger I have to face after my innate spiritual root has transformed into a black innate spiritual root is too terrifying, right? Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought about this. Based on the heavenly tribulation earlier, if one's cultivation base hasn't broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, one wouldn't be able to pass through it. Initially, I planned to help Kerr improve her innate spiritual root to a black innate spiritual root after my innate spiritual root has transformed into a black innate spiritual root. However, it seems like I can't rush it now. Otherwise, I'll only put Kerr in danger. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also realized that there was no other choice. Even if he wanted to help his wife, Kerr, improve her innate spiritual root, he would have to wait until Kerr was strong enough to pass through the heavenly tribulation earlier. Otherwise, it would only put Kerr in danger. However, Sai Ling also has a black innate spiritual root. Why didn't she attract the heavenly tribulation when she cultivated? It must be because she was born with a black innate spiritual root that she didn't attract the heavenly tribulation. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. Now that I can sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy with the black innate spiritual root, I shouldn't attract the heavenly tribulation anymore, right? Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile on his face as he tried to sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy again. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings stirred and surged toward Duan Lingtian at an extremely fast speed before it merged with Duan Lingtian's body. After Duan Ling Tian cast the cultivation method, the 9 Dragons War sovereign technique, and guided the heaven and earth spirit energy to circulate in his body, the heaven and earth spirit energy became a part of his saint origin. How fast! Duan Ling Tian suddenly opened his eyes with an excited expression on his face. My current cultivation speed is more than 10 times faster than before. It's even faster than when I was in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land with the help of the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After testing out his current cultivation speed, Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with astonishment. After the initial shock, he was pleasantly surprised. With the help of his black innate spiritual root, his cultivation speed in the Dobasay subterranean was much faster than when he was in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land with the help of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. What did this mean? This meant his cultivation speed was on a completely different level from before. When I was still in the upper province, I was in the pseudo-realm left behind by the 3 eminent devils. With the help of the time flow in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I spent 3 years in the outside world to raise my cultivation base to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial state. If I had my current innate talent back then, I'm afraid it would only take me about 2 years to raise my cultivation speed in the lower province. After all, the cultivation environment in the Dobasay subterranean was far inferior to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, based on Duan Ling Tian's innate talent, he was confident he would be able to catch up to the time he spent in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and 3 years of hard work in the outside world in just 2 years. In other words, currently, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation speed in the lower province was much faster than when he was in the upper province with the help of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. No wonder I attracted the heavenly tribulation. The black innate spiritual root is really heaven-defying. Duan Ling Tian could not help but gasp when he thought of this. With my current innate talent, I should be able to break through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage within a year if I cultivate in the Human Devil Saint City. I should be able to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage within 3 years. Duan Ling Tian was filled with confidence. His confidence stemmed from the fact that he possessed the black innate spiritual root, the limit of the innate spiritual root. This is the Human Devil Saint City in the lower province. If I cultivate in the upper province, I'm confident I'll be able to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage within a year with the cultivation environment there. Duan Ling Tian was filled with excitement when he thought of this. When he had just broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was confident he would be able to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage within a year with the help of the black innate spiritual root. What did this mean? With Sai Ling's innate talent, even if her innate spiritual root doesn't shine brightly in the beginning, her cultivation speed will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Even in the end, her cultivation speed won't slow down due to the increase in her cultivation base. Even if there are many bottlenecks along the way, I'm sure she'll be able to break through the bottlenecks easily. As for the extra time it takes, it's nothing compared to the time it takes for ordinary people to break through. Duan Ling Tian could not help but look forward to his daughter's improvement in her cultivation base. After all, his daughter was a monstrous genius who was born with a black innate spiritual root. It's time for me to return to the Wandering Saint Palace in the Human Devil Clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he left the Boar Devil Clan's territory where the 3 great guardian warriors cultivated. However, he was unaware that he had already left the Human Devil Saint City. His identity as a human had been exposed to the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil Clan. It would not take long. Chapter 2265. After Duan Ling Tian left the Boar Devil Clan's territory and returned to the Human Devil Clan's territory, he made his way to the Human Devil Saint City. Boom, 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 boom. A series of earth-shattering noises could be heard coming from a barren mountain in the northwestern part of the Dobasay subterranean. Along with the loud noise, there was also a vast amount of energy that shook the barren mountain. Dust and sand filled the air, obstructing one's vision. If one looked up, they would be able to see, high up in the sky, there were 4 figures fighting. Among the 4 figures, 3 of them were very short and small. They looked like 3 human children, about 8 or 9 years old. 2 of the children were girls and 1 was a boy. The 2 little girls looked like they were carved from jade and were very cute. One was dressed in white, and the other was dressed in gold. The remaining little boy had a cold expression on his face, but he was dressed in black, which matched his temperament very well. At this moment, the 3 children were fighting with a humongous figure. This was a gigantic creature with a sturdy and tall body. It stood there like a small mountain. In front of it, the 3 children appeared very small, like ants. The humongous figure had a human-like body, but its head was that of a huge ox. It was a member of the Ox Devil clan from the land of exile. It was a bona fide ox devil. If we don't revert to our true forms, it'll be difficult for us to kill him. The white-clad little girl was like a little fairy as she spoke to the gold-clad little girl and the black-clad little boy through voice transmission. Her voice was soft and pleasant. Based on her words, one could tell she was not a human. Whether it was her, the gold-clad little girl or the black-clad little boy, none of them were human. Let's try again. If we really can't do it, we'll revert to our true forms and kill him, the gold-clad little girl said through voice transmission. Unlike the fairy-like white-clothed little girl, the golden-clothed little girl's personality was a little jumpy, and the moment she opened her mouth, she said, "Fuck." As for the little boy in black, he did not utter a word. However, his eyes turned increasingly cold as he looked at Nyomo 3 soft and tender little things. "Today, I, your grandpa ox, am going to eat you," Bull Demon said with a sinister smile as he stared at the 3 children in front of him like an eagle catching chicks in its claws. "If you want to eat us, we'll have to see if you have the ability," the little girl in gold snorted coldly and said disdainfully. Good, very good. Since you want to see Grandpa Nyo's abilities so much, Grandpa Nyo will let you have a good look." The Bull Demon was enraged by the little girl's provocation. With a loud roar, the Saint Chi in his body soared, and his demon Chi soared into the sky, as if it could break through the heavens. Even the little girl's expression turned grim when she saw how enraged the Bull Demon was and how he was unleashing all of his power without holding back. The white-clothed little girl was the same. The black-clad little boy was the only one who did not seem to be affected by the Bull Devil's outburst. His expression was still as cold as before. Boom! Just as the Bull Demon's huge body trembled and a deafening explosion sounded in the air, he was about to attack the 3 children. Whoosh! As though a gust of wind had blown past, a sinister and cold aura swept across the area in just a blink of an eye. Not only did the 3 children's expressions change, but even the Bull Demon's body stiffened. Although the sinister and cold aura was not targeted at them, it still sent chills down their spines. For a moment, whether it was the 3 children or the enormous ox demon, they all tacitly stopped their confrontation and looked towards the source of the wind sound. When they looked in the direction of the sound, a figure appeared in front of them. It was a young man dressed in blood-red robes. His face was as sharp as a knife, and his messy hair was draped over his shoulders and back. He was holding a simple and unadorned 3-foot-long sword in his hand. The most eye-catching thing about him was his eyes that seemed to be glowing with blood. It sent chills down the spines of those who looked at him. His robes seemed to be stained with blood. The little girl in gold gulped as she muttered to herself. Her voice was filled with dread. "What do you think?" At the same time, the little girl in gold asked her 2 companions. However, both of them ignored her. Little White. She could understand if the little boy in black ignored her. However, the little girl in white ignored her. She could not help but look at the little girl in white with a confused expression on her face. When she looked at the little girl in white, she saw the little girl in white staring at the young man in blood-red robes in a daze. She glanced at the little boy in black and discovered he was also staring at the young man in blood-red robes in a daze. Furthermore, the meaning behind their gazes was almost the same. There was doubt, hesitation, and disbelief in their eyes. What are you doing?" Seeing this scene, the golden-clothed little girl was stunned. "Don't tell me you know him, Su Li." Almost as soon as the golden-clothed little girl finished speaking, 2 exclamations sounded in unison. the little girl in white and the little boy in black who were staring at the young man in blood-red robes spoke. Su Li. This name sounds familiar. I think I've heard of it somewhere before. The little girl in gold frowned and muttered to herself in confusion when she heard her companion's cries. Su Li. Su Li. When the young man in the blood-stained robe heard someone calling out Su Li's name, he immediately looked at the white-clad little girl and the black-clad little boy. The bloody light in his eyes dimmed slightly. My name is Su Li. The young man in blood-red robes asked before he muttered to himself, I think my name is Su Li. His Su Li, brother Ling Tian's friend from the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy, but how did he become like this? The little girl in white stared at the young man in blood-red robes in disbelief. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Although the young man in blood-red robes had lost some of his childishness, his overall appearance did not change much. Therefore, she recognized him with just a glance. He seems to be delirious. The little boy in black said with a solemn expression. The little girl in white and the little boy in black were the two little pythons by Duan Lingtian's side, Little White and Little Black. Back then, when Duan Lingtian entered the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy, they had hidden in Duan Lingtian's sleeve. Therefore, they knew very well who Duan Lingtian was with. Su Li was a friend that Duan Lingtian had made at that time. Whether it was Little White or Little Black, both of them had a deep impression of Su Li. Therefore, they recognized him immediately. Su Li. Brother Ling Tian's friend? At this moment, the little girl in gold regained her senses when she heard Little White and Little Black's words. She looked at the young man in blood-red robes nearby and muttered, "It can't be. His brother Ling Tian's friend, Su Li? Why is he here? Moreover, he seems to be much stronger than us." A shocked expression appeared on the little girl's face when she reached the end of her sentence. The little girl in gold was none other than the jade-eyed heavenly mouse, Little Gold, who had followed Duan Lingtian for a long time. She, Little Black, and Little White were originally brought to the Upper Province by Han Shuanai to be with the people from the Seven Absolute sect. However, they were sent back to the Dobasay Subterranean by Yu Wu Ying, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth Absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, by the Oracle man Su Li. At the same time, horror dawned on the bull demon who was nearby when he heard the name. He looked at Su Li in horror. You're the mad sword demon, Su Li? Ox Demon glanced at the simple and unadorned 3-foot-long sword in Su Li's hand, and his expression abruptly changed. Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black were wondering why the bull demon reacted like a mouse when he heard Su Li's name. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated in the air. The bull demon's saint origin surged again, and his devil chi soared into the sky. However, his next action stunned Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black. Whoosh! The sound of wind whistling rang in the air. The bull demon had unleashed all his energy and fled into the distance. He was in a wretched state. He looked even more wretched than a mouse when it saw a cat. Almost at the same time that the ox demon fled, the blood-red light in Su Li's eyes, which had dimmed a little, suddenly surged once more. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and Su Li disappeared from his spot. In the next moment, Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black saw Su Li disappear from their sight. When Su Li disappeared, he reappeared in the path of the bull devil as if he had teleported. He's so powerful. Naturally, they knew Su Li did not really know how to teleport. It was just that his speed was so fast that they could not capture his movements with their naked eyes. This was enough to prove that Su Li was not weak at all. Su Li's strength was far above theirs. What fortuitous encounter did Su Li have? His current strength. How can he be so strong? At this moment, Little Black could no longer maintain his cool composure. His face was filled with shock. Swoosh! The sound of a sword whistling rang in the air. Under Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black's gazes, the bull demon was cut into two by Su Li's sword. It died in just a blink of an eye. Immediately, the three of them could not help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Su Li vanished from his spot again. When he reappeared, he was standing in front of Little Gold, Little White, and little black. He was glaring at them fiercely. Chapter 2266. At this moment, Su Li's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Jin. Vast and majestic Saint Origin was on the verge of bursting out of his body. Devil Chi soared into the sky as though it had transformed into a gigantic sword that enveloped his entire body. It emitted waves of cold and sharp aura. In an instant, Xiao He and the other two regained their senses, and their expressions changed drastically. At this moment, they naturally realized the danger that was close at hand. "Hey, Su Li, your brother Ling Tian's friend. You can't kill us." Feeling the rising killing intent on Su Li's body and realizing that Su Li could kill them at any time, Xiao Jin immediately spoke to Su Li in a panic. It was as though she was afraid that Su Li would kill them because he did not know about their relationship with Duan Lingtian. "Brother Ling Tian? Ling Tian?" When Su Li heard Xiao Jin's words, the killing intent on his body paused again as he muttered in a low voice. At the same time, the bloody light in his eyes dimmed a little. It was as though the two words Ling Tian had some special and magical power. However, the bloody light in Su Li's eyes only dimmed for a moment before it surged again. The killing intent on his body that had slowed down rose again, and it was even stronger than before. "Su Li, our brother Ling Tian is called Duan Lingtian. He's your friend. Could it be that you've forgotten about him? Back then, in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, in Paladin Academy, all of you were good friends. Have you forgotten all of this?" Xiao Bai hurriedly added when she saw Su Li seem to have lost his mind again. Based on the situation earlier, she could tell that Su Li still remembered Su Li. She could tell that Su Li still remembered her brother Ling Tian. Of course, although she could tell, she was still slightly perturbed in her heart. She was deeply afraid that Su Li would really kill them. If Su Li really wanted to kill them, even if the three of them transformed into their true forms, it would still be difficult for them to escape death. Now, she only hoped that Su Li would be able to think of her big brother Ling Tian in time, and for the sake of her big brother Ling Tian, he wouldn't kill them. Otherwise, they would be doomed today. At this moment, whether it was Little White, Little Gold, or Little Black, they all saw that there was something wrong with Su Li. At the very least, when the bloody light in his eyes surged, he had completely lost his mind. Su Li, whose eyes were brimming with blood-red light, did not seem like a human to the three of them. He seemed more like a devil. Moreover, it was the kind of devil that had gone mad and lost his mind. Hearing what Little White said to Su Li, both Little Gold and Little Black looked at Su Li with serious expressions. At this time, they could only pray in their hearts. Hopefully, Su Li would remember their big brother Ling Tian, otherwise, it was very likely that they would really die here today. At this moment, they were somewhat regretful. If they had known Su Li would suddenly attack them, they would not have played with the Bull Devil earlier. Although they did not dare to say they could kill the Bull Devil in their true forms, it was still easy for them to escape unscathed from the Bull Devil. This time, they had completely lost their minds. If they were lucky enough to survive today, they would not dare to play with the Bull Devil again even if they were beaten to death. Ling Tian. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Crimson Sky Kingdom. Paladin Academy. Upon hearing Little White's words, the bloody light in Su Li's eyes that had just surged dimmed again. Moreover, the speed at which it dimmed this time was very fast. After a while, it had almost completely disappeared. As it turned out, Little White's words were effective. After the bloody light in his eyes faded, Su Li shook his slightly dizzy head and looked at the three little fellows in front of him. "All of you. You know Duan Lingtian? You even know about the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy?" At this moment, Su Li had regained his senses. However, he did not recognize Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black. "He's our big brother Ling Tian. Of course, we know him," Little Gold said matter-of-factly. "I even heard him talk about you. All of you seem to have met each other in the Genius Camp of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, right?" Genius Camp. Upon hearing Little Gold's words, Su Li's body trembled slightly. It was as though he had returned to his youth many years ago. The first time he met Duan Lingtian was in the Iron Blood Army's camp in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Iron Blood City. At that time, all of them had participated in the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camps assessment. At that time, the scene of Duan Lingtian making a move was still vivid in Su Li's mind. The purple-clad young man's body was as agile as a snake. He swung his arm like a python swinging its tail and easily sent his opponent flying. He had passed the assessment. Just as Little White was about to say something to Su Li, she was interrupted by Su Li. No. Su Li's body trembled violently. His eyes that had returned to normal shone with a crimson light again. He roared with a ferocious expression on his face. He clenched his teeth as though he was resisting something. Oh, no! When Little White and the other two saw the crimson light in Su Li's eyes, horror dawned on their faces. I won't let you have your way again. When the crimson light in Su Li's eyes flickered, he roared again. The saint origin in his body surged out like a raging dragon. The devil chi skyrocketed. It made Su Li look like a peerless devil god. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When Little White and the other two were horrified, Su Li raised his hand. The super saint weapon, the traceless sword, in his hand had already transformed into a sword ray that circled around his body. Its speed was getting faster and faster. Sword, come. As Su Li roared again, sword shadows appeared around his body. In the end, they transformed into hundreds and thousands of sword rays that hovered around his body without any pattern. Each of these sword rays exuded a sharp and terrifying aura. Moreover, they were intertwined with cold devil chi. At the same time, the crimson light in Su Li's eyes skyrocketed again. Even if I, Su Li, die, I won't let you hurt Duan Lingtian's friend. Suddenly, Su Li roared again. Then, he controlled the hundreds and thousands of sword rays around his body and charged toward Su Li. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind. He could not kill Duan Lingtian's friends by mistake. In this world, there were not many people that Su Li cared about. His master was one, and Duan Lingtian was another. He had already killed his master by mistake. However, he could not kill Duan Lingtian's friends by mistake. Otherwise, he would be too ashamed to face Duan Lingtian in his life. They wanted him to kill Duan Lingtian's friend? He would rather die. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Almost at the same time when Su Li roared, the hundreds and thousands of sword rays that hovered around him seemed to have received an order that could not be disobeyed. They turned into a rain of swords and shot toward Su Li. After Su Li gave the order to the sword rays around him to kill him, the bloody light in his eyes rose again. In an instant, Su Li's aura changed. It was as though he had become a different person. At the same time, the saint origin that was intertwined with devil chi on his body soared. He hastily cast a defensive technique in an attempt to block the hundreds and thousands of sword rays that shot toward him. Unfortunately, because he was in too much of a hurry, his defense was also very weak. Although he managed to block a portion of the sword rays, a portion of the sword rays still penetrated his body after their strength was weakened, leaving bloody holes on his body. Nothing could surpass this. This scene caused Little White's expression to change drastically. She could not help but exclaim in shock. At the same time that she cried out in alarm, sparkling and translucent tears appeared in her eyes. Naturally, she could see Su Li's intention for doing this. For this reason, she was so moved that tears filled her eyes. Su Li. As for Little Gold and Little Black, they only realized Su Li's intention when Su Li injured himself to the point where he was riddled with holes. Their eyes turned red at once. Perhaps the pain on his body had stimulated Su Li, causing the bloody light in his eyes to dim a little. At this moment, Su Li seemed to have regained some of his rationality. Go. As blood flowed out of his body, Su Li looked at Little White and the other two with a pained expression on his face. It was as though he was using the last of his strength to ask them to leave. The moment his words left his mouth, the bloody light in his eyes soared again. His aura had changed again. The current Su Li seemed to have transformed into a different person. He no longer gave up on himself. He immediately cast a technique to stop the blood from gushing out of the wounds on his body. However, it was difficult for the wounds to heal immediately. Apart from that, the aura on his body was extremely weak. It was as though anyone could kill him at this moment. The heavily injured Su Li glanced at Little White and the other two with bloody eyes. In the end, he seemed to have realized that he might not be able to kill the three of them if he made a move now. However, due to his heavy injuries, his speed was not fast. Now, I'm afraid even a devil would be able to kill him, Little White muttered to herself worriedly. Then, she looked at her two companions with a questioning look in her eyes. It was as though she was asking for their opinion on something. He'd rather die than hurt us. How can we watch him die in the hands of a devil? That's not my style, Little Gold said in a serious tone. Let's go. As for Xiao Hei, he coolly spat out a single word before following Su Li. The current Su Li could be easily killed even if any one of the three of them were to make a move. The three of them had come to an agreement. They would follow Su Li and protect him. When Su Li's strength had recovered to the point where it was comparable to the three of them in their true forms, they would consider leaving him. Chapter 2267. Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black were chasing after Su Li, who was heavily injured and possessed by the devil. After Duan Ling Tian returned to the human devil Saint City, he returned to an inn owned by the Crimson Blaze Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls. As soon as Duan Ling Tian arrived at the entrance of the guest room, he saw a beautiful figure standing in the middle of the courtyard. The beautiful figure was alone. She was looking at him expectantly as though she was waiting for something. When she saw him appear, the beautiful eyes of the owner of the beautiful figure revealed a trace of excitement. Brother Tian. As soon as Duan Ling Tian entered the room, the beautiful figure leaped into his arms like a gust of wind and hugged him tightly. It was as though she was afraid of losing him. I'm back. Duan Ling Tian extended his hand and tightly hugged the beauty in his embrace before lightly patting her back as he spoke in a gentle voice. At this moment, he could feel the beauty in his arms longing for him. Brother Tian, I don't want to be separated from you anymore. After being affectionate for a while, Kua raised her head and looked at Duan Ling Tian as she spoke. Ke's beautiful face was covered in tears. It was obvious she had just cried. Ke, why are you crying? Duan Ling Tian's heart ached when he saw the tear stains on Ke's face. He hugged her again and did not let go for a long time. Don't worry, I won't leave you again. Cough cough. Just when the two of them seemed to have forgotten about the time, a few coughs sounded. It was Gana Yu Yang who had walked out of her room. She did not know if she should pretend she did not see anything or return to her room. In the end, she gave both of them an appropriate reminder. Kua immediately left Duan Ling Tian's embrace like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. Her beautiful face was flushed red. At the same time, she turned around and greeted Gana Yu Yang. Sister. Duan Ling Tian's gaze also fell on Gana Yu Yang, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Now, the feeling that Gana Yu Yang gave him was completely different from before. In that case, there was only one possibility. You broke through? Duan Ling Tian asked in surprise. Yes. Gana Yu Yang nodded her head in satisfaction when she saw Duan Ling Tian's shocked expression. The cultivation speed of a violet innate spiritual root is indeed extraordinary. Although the cultivation environment here is not as good as the upper province, with my current innate talent, my cultivation speed is much faster than when I was in the upper province. Previously, when Gana Yu Yang had arrived in the lower province, she felt a little disappointed. She wondered when she would be able to return to the upper province. After all, the cultivation environment in the lower province was too bad. It would be a waste of her life to cultivate here. She did not expect she would have such a fortuitous encounter in the lower province. Your innate spiritual root is not an ordinary violet innate spiritual root. It's a dark violet innate spiritual root. With such a dark violet innate spiritual root, it would be strange if your cultivation speed in the lower province is slower than when you only had an indigo innate spiritual root in the upper province. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised when he heard Gana Yu Yang's words. This is because you're still in the lower province. If you're in the upper province now, with your current innate talent, your cultivation speed will be much faster under the Zoroastrianism. Duan Ling Tian added. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Gana Yu Yang's eyes lit up immediately. A hint of anticipation could be seen on her face. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew what Gan'er Yang was looking forward to. However, he mercilessly dampened her enthusiasm. If the Devil clans don't have a powerhouse who's skilled in formations to set up a new inter-province transportation formation, it'll be difficult for us to return to the upper province. As expected, the anticipation on Gan'er Yang's face disappeared when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. It was replaced by disappointment. However, you don't have to worry. Currently, the Devil clans have almost gained a foothold in the lower province. It won't take long before they can no longer hold themselves back and set up a new inter-province transportation formation. At that time, we'll be able to return to the lower province. While Gan'er Yang was feeling disappointed, Duan Lingtian's words reignited the fire of hope in her. Gan'er Yang glared at Duan Lingtian angrily. She suspected Duan Lingtian was deliberately teasing her. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was teasing her as well. Gan'er Yang had interrupted his intimate moment with Ke. This made him feel extremely displeased. Sister, it's good that you're out of closed-door cultivation. When Sai Ling wakes up, we'll be able to follow Brother Tian to the Wandering Saint Palace. Ke could see the conflict between her man and her sister, so she tried to change the topic to ease the awkward atmosphere. Wandering Saint Palace? As expected, Gan'er Yang's attention was diverted when she heard Ke's words. Yes, I plan to go to the Wandering Saint Palace and become a Vice Palace Master. If there's a chance in the future, I plan to replace the current Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace and become the new Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he spoke of his lofty ambition. Gan'er Yang did not doubt Duan Lingtian's strength at all. After all, when they were still in the upper province, Duan Lingtian had defeated Hao Shuang, the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. With his strength, it would not be difficult for him to become a Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace. You plan to take control of the Wandering Saint Palace? When the Devil clans invade the upper province in the future, you'll bring the Wandering Saint Palace with you to deal a heavy blow to the Devil clans? Gan'er Yang could vaguely guess Duan Lingtian's intention when she heard he planned to take over the Wandering Saint Palace. She could not help but gasp inwardly. The Wandering Saint Palace was one of the strongest forces in the human Devil clan. If Duan Lingtian could take control of the Wandering Saint Palace, he would be able to deal a heavy blow to the Devil clans. Although it might affect the Devil clans, it would definitely be an unprecedented blow to the human Devil clan. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. With your current strength, it won't be difficult for you to become a Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace. However, I heard that the Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace is a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After Gan'er Yang finished speaking, she added, I suggest you improve your innate spiritual root to its limit before you go to the Wandering Saint Palace. In other words, your innate spiritual root should be black. That way, even in the lower province, your cultivation base will improve tremendously. You'll be able to defeat or even kill the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace and take over his position as the Palace Master. Gan'er Yang suggested. My innate spiritual root has already transformed into a black innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. What? Gan'er Yang was shocked when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Ke, on the other hand, was not surprised. She knew the purpose of her man's trip. Since he had returned, he must have achieved his goal. Why your innate spiritual root has already transformed into a black innate spiritual root? Gan'er Yang looked at Duan Lingtian with a shocked expression on her face. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I was just one step away from the black innate spiritual root. My trip this time allowed it to take the last step and help it complete its final upgrade and transform into a black innate spiritual root. After receiving Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Gan'er Yang was stunned for a moment before she regained her senses. Ke, at this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. He immediately looked at Ke and said, There's something I forgot to tell you. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you transform your innate spiritual root into a black innate spiritual root in such a short time. Ke nodded when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She did not question his words at all. In her opinion, Duan Lingtian was not worried at all. Everything that her man did to her must have been for her own good. She trusted everything that her man did unconditionally. Why? Although Ke trusted Duan Lingtian unconditionally, it did not mean Gana Yu Yang felt the same way. She could not help but frown when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian was delighted by Ke's trust. However, his mood was ruined when he heard Gana Yu Yang's question. Nothing. Since his mood was ruined by Gana Yu Yang, Duan Lingtian, naturally, could not be bothered with her. You. What kind of attitude is that? Gana Yu Yang was furious when she saw Duan Lingtian deliberately ignoring her. She immediately looked at Ke and said, Ke, take a good look at your man. What kind of attitude is that? Sister, I believe Brother Tian has his reasons for doing this. You don't have to ask anymore. Ke smiled faintly as she looked at Gana Yu Yang. You've really been poisoned by him. Although Gana Yu Yang was angered by Ke, she felt helpless at the same time. Although this was her biological sister, and also her twin sister, she knew that as an elder sister, she was definitely far inferior to the man in front of her. Naturally, this did not mean Ke did not care about her sister. The most important thing was comparison. If there was no comparison, there would be no harm. If there was any danger, one of them would have to bear the brunt of it. She believed that her younger sister would definitely shoulder the responsibility by herself and wouldn't let her elder sister be in danger. Her sister was too kind. She cared a lot about her sister. Naturally, her sister cared the most about the man in front of her. Father, you're back? Duan Xiling opened the door and walked out of the room. She was so excited that she seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as she rushed toward Duan Lingtian and threw herself into Duan Lingtian's arms. When Duan Lingtian carried her, she looked at Gana Yu Yang and asked, Aunt, you're out of closed-door cultivation as well? Gana Yu Yang could not help but feel slightly disappointed when she saw her niece seemed to care more about the man in front of her. Chapter 2268. Although Gana Yu Yang was born in a clan, she did not have much contact with her clan. Ever since she was born, she had followed her younger sister into Zoroastrianism. At that time, her younger sister had become the saint girl of Zoroastrianism. As for her, she was taken in by her master as well. For so many years, apart from her master, her world was filled with cultivation. She did not interact with the other disciples of Zoroastrianism at all. It was only when she found her younger sister in the Dobasay subterranean that she felt that blood was thicker than water. Eventually, her younger sister's child was born. As for this child, she loved the house and its crow. She completely treated this child as her own daughter and invested her feelings without reservation. Xiling, although Gana Yu Yang knew that blood was thicker than water between Duan Lingtian and Duan Xiling, she could not help but feel a sense of loss. This feeling was as if someone who needed her very much suddenly didn't need her anymore. Xiling, play with your aunt first. I have something to discuss with your father. At this moment, Ke said as she looked at Duan Xiling. Duan Xiling reluctantly left Duan Lingtian's embrace. Her big, watery eyes were filled with reluctance as she watched her mother bring her father back to their room. Aunt, however, a child's world was simple. When Duan Xiling saw her parents had left her sight, she shifted her attention to Gana Yu Yang. Ke, what's the matter? Duan Lingtian asked Ke curiously after they entered the room. Brother Tian, I'm fine. Ke shook her head. Then, she smiled bitterly and sighed. I saw that my sister was a little disappointed, so I wanted Xiling to accompany her alone. Ever since Xiling was born, she has been very good to Xiling. She treats Xiling like her own daughter. I can tell. She cares about Xiling more than she cares about herself. Just now, when Xiling came out, she threw herself into your arms. I could tell that she was very disappointed. As a woman, Ke was very meticulous in certain aspects. This was something that Duan Lingtian could not compare to. I see. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. Then, he said remorsefully, I didn't know she was so nice to Xiling. If I had known, I wouldn't have bullied her. Because Ganar Yu Yang had taken Ke away from him, he had always been prejudiced against Ganar Yu Yang. Now that he knew that Ganar Yu Yang treated his daughter so well, the prejudice he had against Ganar Yu Yang disappeared and was replaced by self-reproach. As a man, he felt that it was ungentlemanly of him to treat a weak woman in such a manner. Brother Tian, my sister is really nice. Back then, she brought me away because she was worried that I would be found by other people from Zoroastrianism. She didn't have any ill intentions. If she had any ill intentions, she would have sent me to the enforcement hall after bringing me back to Zoroastrianism. Ke said. I know. Duan Lingtian nodded. Don't worry. I won't be prejudiced against her in the future. Okay. Ke nodded with a smile. It was obvious she was in a good mood. After all, they were the family she cared about the most. She did not wish for there to be a rift between them. Duan Lingtian and Ke stayed in the room for a while before they left. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have forgotten about Duan Lingtian's existence. She was playing with Ganar Yu Yang. Her delicate face was beaming with joy. A child's world was so simple. After Duan Lingtian came out of the room, he walked toward Ganar Yu Yang. When he saw Ganar Yu Yang looking at him with disdain, he could not help but feel awkward. Although he felt awkward, he still explained to Ganar Yu Yang, earlier, I said I won't help Ke improve her innate spiritual root to a black innate spiritual root for the time being because it's dangerous to improve her innate spiritual root without careful consideration. Previously, after my innate spiritual root became a black innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian told Ganar Yu Yang about the heavenly tribulation he had encountered earlier. His expression was solemn as he explained how powerful the heavenly tribulation was. In order to pass the heavenly tribulation, one must possess strength at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Needless to say, Ganar Yu Yang was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Ganar Yu Yang did not even think about why Duan Lingtian's temperament had changed so drastically. Currently, her attention was completely focused on the heavenly tribulation that came after her innate spiritual root became a black innate spiritual root. Only those at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage can pass the heavenly tribulation. Ganar Yu Yang could not calm down for a long time. After she had calmed down, she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in confusion, why you are already at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? My current strength is only comparable to those who have just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian replied. Even so, Ganar Yu Yang was still shocked. She looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on her face. Previously, when she brought her sister away from the Dobase subterranean, Duan Lingtian was as weak as an ant in her eyes. But now, he had already left her far behind. Let's go to the Wandering Saint Palace. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to the three women before he led them away from the inn and made his way to the Wandering Saint Palace. As one of the strongest forces in the Human Devil clan, the Wandering Saint Palace had a huge estate in the Human Devil Saint City. From a bird's-eye view, it resembled the Imperial Palace on the mortal continent. However, the Wandering Saint Palace's estate was much bigger than the Imperial Palaces on the mortal continent. Even the Dark Han Dynasty's Imperial Palace that Duan Lingtian had visited was not as big as the Wandering Saint Palace. The Wandering Saint Palace's estate was located northeast of the Human Devil Saint City. It was a secluded area, so not many human devils would come here. They could only see a few disciples patrolling around the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. This is the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Trespassers are prohibited. When Duan Lingtian and the others approached the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, a stern voice rang from afar. A few moments later, 3 figures flew over from afar and blocked Duan Lingtian and the others' path. The person who spoke was the leader of the 3. He was a middle-aged man with an expressionless face, as if he had facial paralysis. He did not even bat an eyelid when he saw the beautiful twins in Duan Lingtian's group. On the other hand, the 2 young men behind him were completely captivated by Ke and Ganar Yu Yang's beauty. After staring at the twins for a while, they finally looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of jealousy in their eyes. I'm here to join the Wandering Saint Palace, Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. The middle-aged man's expression remained unchanged when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He asked mechanically, "You need a referral to join the Wandering Saint Palace. Do you have a referral?" "A referral?" Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard the middle-aged man's words. Did he need a referral to join the Wandering Saint Palace? Didn't they say that those with pure human bloodline can join the Wandering Saint Palace? Duan Lingtian asked. "Me." One of the young men behind the middle-aged man scoffed. Perhaps he was displeased that Duan Lingtian had two beautiful women by his side. The Wandering Saint Palace is open to the public once a year to accept those with pure human bloodline. The last time it was open was 3 months ago. If you want to join the Wandering Saint Palace now, you'll have to wait another 9 months or get a referral from someone from the Wandering Saint Palace. The young man said. As soon as the young man finished speaking, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. "If you're willing to let the two beauties by your side accompany me for a night, I'll consider recommending you to join the Wandering Saint Palace." The young man's voice was filled with frivolity when he spoke through voice transmission. In his eyes, there was an undisguised fire of lust and lust. "You're seeking death," Duan Lingtian said coldly. His eyes narrowed as soon as the young man's words entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Instantly, an extremely icy cold aura stretched out from Duan Lingtian's body. It seemed as though the temperature in the surroundings had dropped by a few degrees. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his sun saint origin surged out of his body through his 99 saint veins at lightning speed toward the young man at an exaggerated speed. Swoosh! Suddenly, the middle-aged man in the lead was no longer expressionless, and his expression changed greatly. "Stop!" As soon as the middle-aged man shouted, Duan Lingtian's energy seemed to have transformed into a vast ocean as it annihilated the young man. The entire process was as easy as crushing dry weeds. Apart from a spatial ring hovering in the air that proved the young man's existence, there was no trace of him at all. The young man, who was also a patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, was killed by Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, not only the middle-aged man, but the other young man's expression changed drastically as well. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as though he was looking at a devil. "Those who profane my, Duan Lingtian's, women shall die." After killing the patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, Duan Lingtian's cold voice caused the remaining 2 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace to tremble. At this moment, Ke and Ganayu Yang finally understood why Duan Lingtian had killed them. "Why you? How dare you kill a Wandering Saint Palace's disciple in our territory?" Chapter 2269. The middle-aged patrolling disciple looked at Duan Lingtian with fear, shock, and disbelief in his eyes. He was afraid of the purple-clad young man's strength. He was shocked when he saw the purple-clad young man daring to kill a disciple of the Wandering Saint Palace outside their territory. This was the first time he had seen someone who dared to kill a disciple of the Wandering Saint Palace in their territory. Although there had been such maniacs in the history of the Wandering Saint Palace, they were all killed by the powerhouses of the Wandering Saint Palace without exception. Chenan must have said something offensive to the purple-clad young man through voice transmission. Based on the purple-clad young man's words, it must have something to do with the twin sisters next to him. These twin sisters should be his women. The remaining patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace seemed to have realized something. He was very familiar with Chenan, the disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace who had been killed. Therefore, he knew Chenan was a pervert who would lust after beautiful women. He was especially fearless when it came to beautiful women who did not have any background. Chenan must have seen these people coming to join the Wandering Saint Palace and thought they were just ordinary devils with no background. I'm afraid he didn't expect to meet his match until the moment he was killed. The patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace thought to himself as he observed a moment of silence for Chenan. At the same time, his eyes were filled with fear when he looked at the purple-clad young man who had killed Chenan. The purple-clad young man was too terrifying. He did not seem to have moved at all. Just the energy he released was enough to kill a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage as easily as killing a chicken. Even Brother Hong did not have time to react when the purple-clad young man attacked. Brother Hong is a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. I'm afraid the purple-clad young man is not just a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The purple-clad young man might be a powerhouse at the fifth or sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace speculated. However, even if he's a powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage, he won't be able to escape death for killing a disciple of the Wandering Saint Palace outside our territory. The young patrolling disciple did not doubt this at all. A hint of pity could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again. Usually, a powerhouse at or above the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage could join the Wandering Saint Palace as long as he or she was willing. For such powerhouses, the Wandering Saint Palace would usually make an exception and take them in. However, to a certain extent, the purple-clad young man's actions were a provocation to the Wandering Saint Palace. If the Wandering Saint Palace did not execute him, their reputation would be tarnished and their reputation would be tarnished. Therefore, he did not think that the purple-clothed young man would be able to survive today. If you want to call for help, then hurry up. You've been holding that voice transmission jade slip for a long time. Duan Lingtian said calmly as he glanced at the patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace. It was as though he was talking about something insignificant. There were almost no Dao cultivators among the demons, so there were no Dao talismans. However, the devil clans still had something like a voice transmission jade slip. Even if the devil clans did not have it, now that the devil clans had invaded the Dobase subterranean, they would have easily obtained many voice transmission jade slips. After all, voice transmission jade slips were not rare. The middle-aged patrolling disciple's eyes widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to have already discovered the voice transmission jade slip he had taken out. The reason he did not crush the voice transmission jade slip to call for help was not because he did not know how to use the voice transmission jade slip, but he was worried the purple-clad young man would discover it if he crushed the voice transmission jade slip to call for help. At that time, with the purple-clad young man's strength, he would be able to intercept the voice transmission jade slip and kill the middle-aged patrolling disciple. He had already seen the purple-clad young man's strength earlier. With that kind of strength, killing him would be as simple as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Due to his fear of the purple-clad young man's strength, the middle-aged patrolling disciple did not crush the voice transmission jade slip. He wanted to wait for the other patrolling disciples to catch the purple-clad young man's attention before he crushed the voice transmission jade slip. This was to prevent the purple-clad young man from intercepting the voice transmission jade slip. However, he did not expect the voice transmission jade slip. The purple-clothed young man had long discovered the communication jade slip in his hand that he hadn't crushed even after a long time. If you want to call for help, hurry up. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's casual words echoed in the middle-aged patrolling disciple's ears. Even then, he did not dare to act rashly. Who knew whether or not the other party would stop him from sending the message after he crushed the jade slip, and then kill him at the first possible moment? Ding Jian Hong? Why are there only two of you? Chem? Who are they? Ding Jian Hong, the middle-aged patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, was still mulling over this matter when an old voice sounded from afar. Ding Jian Hong felt a sense of relief. The other patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace finally discovered the situation. Swoosh, swoosh, whoosh. 3 figures appeared along with the voice. They were an old man, a middle-aged man, and a young man. The old man was the leader of the trio. The person who had spoken was none other than the old man. Crack. Duan Lingtian instinctively looked at the 3 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace when Ding Jian Hong finally crushed the voice transmission jade slip in his hand. A streak of light shot out and entered the Wandering Saint Palace's estate in just a blink of an eye. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The streak of light from the voice transmission jade slip caused quite a commotion. It instantly alerted the 3 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace, causing their expressions to change. At this moment, Ding Jian Hong had crushed the voice transmission jade slip. It was obvious he had encountered a troublesome situation. Moreover, the patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace usually consisted of 3 patrolling disciples. Now that Ding Jian Hong was alone, The 3 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace had a bad feeling about this. "The 3 of you. This purple-clad young man has just killed Chen and..." At this moment, Ding Jianhong's voice rang from the side of the 3 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace. Ding Jianhong's voice transmission caused the expressions of the 3 patrolling disciples to change drastically. "I didn't even have time to react when he made his move. By the time I reacted, Chen had already been killed. Apart from a spatial ring, there was no trace of him at all. From the beginning until the end, he didn't move at all. I suspect he's at least a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage or even the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage." Before the 3 patrolling disciples could regain their senses, Ding Jianhong continued to transmit his voice to them through voice transmission. "A powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage? A powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage?" The 3 of them were so shocked that their bodies stiffened. Even the strongest person among them was only at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage could easily kill them, let alone a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. At this moment, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze back to Ding Jianhong. Ding Jianhong felt guilty when he saw Duan Lingtian's gaze. However, he sighed in relief when he recalled he had already sent out the message through his communication jade token. Even if he were to die, his death would not be in vain. Ding Jianhong was prepared to die when he heard Duan Lingtian's lazy voice. Ding Jianhong was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's lazy voice. "I told you to crush your communication jade token a long time ago. Why did you wait until now? Are you worried I'll stop you from sending out the message through your communication jade token?" These were Duan Lingtian's words. He's not afraid I'll spread the message? At this moment, Ding Jianhong finally realized this even though he was slow to react. It was precisely because of this that Ding Jianhong was also puzzled in his heart. He could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Is he not afraid of dying? Where does he get the confidence to do this? Just as Ding Jianhong was puzzled, a thunderous voice suddenly resounded from afar. This thunderous voice was filled with anger and fury. How could I have forgotten about him? Ding Jianhong's eyes brightened when he heard the voice. The father of Chen An, the disciple who was killed by the purple-clad young man, was an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace. Moreover, he was an elder at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Elder Chen Tong. Soon after, a middle-aged man with a medium build flew over from afar. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived at Duan Lingtian's side. Ding Jianhong and the other 4 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace bowed at him. The reason why the middle-aged man came here was naturally because a group of people gathered here had attracted his attention. The middle-aged man was none other than Elder Chen Tong of the Wandering Saint Palace. He was also the father of Chen An, the disciple who was killed by Duan Lingtian. "Ding Jianhong, I remember my son was patrolling with you today. Where is he?" Chen Tong ignored the patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace and asked coldly as he looked at Ding Jianhong. "Elder Chen Tong. Chen An was killed." Ding Jianhong felt as though he had been plunged into an ice cave when he saw Chen Tong's cold gaze. He gritted his teeth as he turned to look at Duan Lingtian with great difficulty. "You killed my son?" Chapter 2270. "You're the one who killed my son?" Elder Chen Tong of Wandering Saint Palace said as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His voice was so loud that it hurt everyone's ears. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, the old man who had spoken earlier said, "Duan Lingtian." The old man who was the leader of the 3 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace spoke to Chen Tong. "Elder Chen Tong, he's the one who killed your son." Moreover, Ding Jianhong said that Chen An was killed by his attack and was reduced to ashes. The old patrolling disciple from Wandering Saint Palace said as though he wanted to stir up trouble. "Elder Chen Tong, this fellow killed Chen An outside our Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Not only is he looking down on our Wandering Saint Palace, but he's also looking down on you." The old patrolling disciple from Wandering Saint Palace continued to add fuel to the fire. Immediately, Chen Tong's pupils shrunk again and again as his expression became increasingly gloomy. A cold aura surged out of his body, causing everyone present to feel as though they were in a world of ice and snow. You're seeking death. When Chen Tong's eyes that were filled with killing intent landed on Duan Lingtian, he shouted coldly again as the saint origin in his body surged out through his saint veins. Daddy! This person is so annoying. A young and pleasant voice rang out, and it attracted the gazes of most of the people present. It was Duan Xiling who was in Duan Lingtian's arms. At this moment, Duan Xiling looked at Chen Tong with a frown. A hint of disdain could be seen on her adorable face. Since Xiling says he's annoying. Daddy, can you ask him to scram now? Duan Lingtian said gently as he patted Duan Xiling's head affectionately when he heard Duan Xiling's words. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not even look at Chen Tong. It was as though Chen Tong did not exist at all. Shameless boasting. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the old patrolling disciple from Wandering Saint Palace glared at Duan Lingtian angrily and said, "You're a brat. Boy, do you really think you can look down on Elder Chen Tong just because you're a powerhouse at the 5th or 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Elder Chen Tong is a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Let alone the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, even if you're a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, you won't be able to escape death today." Based on the patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, the old patrolling disciple from the Saint Palace was certain that Duan Lingtian would die. You're at the 5th form of the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. At the same time, Chen Tong scoffed disdainfully. Even if your cultivation base is at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I'll definitely kill you with just one move. I only need one move to kill you. Chen Tong's words were indeed arrogant. However, none of the patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace doubted Chen Tong's words. All of them felt that Chen Tong was indeed capable. If I knew Elder Chen Tong would come, I wouldn't have needed to crush my communication jade token to inform the other elders. Ding Jianhong thought to himself. Die. As soon as Chen Tong finished speaking, his body flashed as the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. Along with the sound of wind whistling in the air, a gust of wind appeared. The gust of wind seemed to have transformed into a raging dragon as it charged toward Duan Lingtian at an extremely fast speed. Chen Tong stood with his hands behind his back on top of the gust of wind. He looked majestic as though he was looking down on heaven and earth. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. When Chen Tong moved, the patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace only saw a flash before their eyes. In the next moment, Chen Tong appeared near Duan Lingtian. Saint Origin surged out of his body and gathered in his hands. All of a sudden, boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air as the vast Saint Origin in Chen Tong's hands surged toward Duan Lingtian like a torrent that had broken through a dam. This attack was so powerful that it was earth-shattering. Boom! 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 A vast and majestic Saint Qi burst out from Chen Tong's hands like a torrent. In addition to the earth-shattering sound at the beginning, this Saint Qi also shook the void and set off a series of deafening explosions. Chen Tong's Saint Origin surged out like a torrential flood and was only a few feet away from Duan Lingtian. Ding Jianhong, the patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, could not help but sigh inwardly. Karma really comes fast. Previously, the purple-clad young man killed Chen En, but now, it's his father's turn to kill him. Moreover, he's not the only one who's going to die. His daughter and his woman will die as well. Just as Ding Jianhong had these thoughts in his mind, suddenly, he seemed to have seen something. The pity in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by shock and disbelief. At this moment, it was not only Ding Jianhong. Even the few patrolling disciples from Wandering Saint Palace, including the old patrolling disciple, narrowed their eyes in unison. Shock and disbelief were written all over their faces. Why were they like this? All of this was because of the method Duan Lingtian used when Chen Tong's Saint Qi fell on him. As soon as Chen Tong's Saint Origin approached Duan Lingtian, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the void with Duan Lingtian as the center. The vortex spun faster and faster as it emitted a terrifying devouring force that seemed to be able to devour the heavens and earth. Before Chen Tong's torrential saint origin could reach Duan Ling Tian, it was blocked by the whirlpool and devoured by the whirlpool. How's this possible? This scene caused Chen Tong's face to change drastically. Immediately, he pushed the Saint Qi in his body to the limit without reservation. In just a blink of an eye, the momentum of the Saint Qi that was like a mountain torrent increased again. It's about time. After devouring another portion of Chen Tong's energy, Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted. The whirlpool in the air that overlapped with his body suddenly began to spin in another direction. The instant the whirlpool rotated in the opposite direction, a similarly vast and mighty torrent-like force swept out and violently collided with Chen Tong's subsequent force. In an instant, boom! Another earth-shattering sound rang out as the two equally vast and majestic forces collided, causing the void to tremble as though it would collapse at any time. At the same time, gusts of turbulent gales swept out in all directions from the point of collision of the two forces. Boom! 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 After a series of loud noises that sounded like aftershocks, Chen Tong's subsequent force finally defeated the force that swept out from the whirlpool that overlapped with Duan Ling Tian's. In fact, the force that swept out from the vortex was the force that Duan Ling Tian had devoured from Chen Tong. This was also a new experiment that Duan Ling Tian came up with on a whim. He could use the divine ability, the elementary devouring technique, to devour his opponent's Saint Qi within a controllable reign. At first, Duan Ling Tian planned to devour his opponent's Saint Qi to enhance his Saint Qi. However, he soon discovered that the Saint Qi was different from the Saint Qi. His opponent's energy was different from the heaven and earth spirit energy, so he could not use it to enhance his Saint Qi. He could only rely on the divine ability, the elementary devouring technique, to reverse the situation. Moreover, while he was using the elementary devouring technique to devour his opponent's energy, the energy that he had devoured from his opponent was being depleted as well. This was the reason Duan Ling Tian fell into a disadvantageous position when he used his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to attack another spear with his spear. However, even if he was at a disadvantage, Chen Tong's Saint Qi had almost depleted his Saint Qi. Black Turtle's Barrier. Duan Ling Tian cast his defensive divine ability in a timely manner. A gigantic defensive light shield in the form of a black tortoise appeared and easily blocked Chen Tong's follow-up attack. Oh, no! Horror dawned on Chen Tong when he saw his Saint Qi was almost depleted while his opponent was unharmed. Moreover, it did not seem like he had depleted his Saint Qi at all. At this moment, he would have lived in vain if he still did not realize he had kicked an iron plate. This purple-clad young man was not a powerhouse at the 5th or 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage at all. He was at least at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the purple-clad young man to devour his energy and turn it against him. I'm an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace. If you dare to kill me, the Wandering Saint Palace won't let you go. Chen Tong's expression changed drastically when he saw Duan Ling Tian looking at him. His voice trembled as he roared. At this moment, Chen Tong was like a drowning man who had grabbed onto a straw to clutch at. The straw to clutch at was the Wandering Saint Palace. Elder Chen Tong, you don't have to worry about whether the Wandering Saint Palace will let me go or not. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly when he heard Chen Tong's words. Then, he raised his hand and released his Sun Saint origin that he had been accumulating. It transformed into a gigantic sword and slapped it at Chen Tong. Currently, Chen Tong's Saint origin was almost depleted. Even a powerhouse at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to kill him. Moreover, this was Duan Ling Tian's technique. Smack! As the giant sword slammed into the space where Chen Tong was, the space trembled and ripples spread out in all directions. Chen Tong, on the other hand, had disappeared into thin air. All that was left was a storage ring that floated in the air all by itself, and it fell from the sky as soon as it appeared. Whoosh! A shapeless force stretched out and guided the falling spatial ring to return to Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 2271. How's this possible? Elder Chen Tong was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he was killed in just a blink of an eye. Before Elder Chen Tong attacked, he said he would kill the purple-clad young man in one move. However, the purple-clad young man only used 2 moves to kill him. Who's this purple-clad young man? Why is he so terrifying? He killed a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage as though he was killing a chicken. I'm afraid this purple-clad young man is at least at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, right? The group of patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief after they recovered from their shock. There were even a few people who couldn't help but reach out to pinch their own thighs and give themselves a slap, as if they wanted to verify whether they were dreaming or not. He's so powerful. Ding Jianhong, the middle-aged patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, thought the purple-clad young man would definitely die. He even thought the purple-clad young man would be killed by Chen Tong with just one move. However, the reality before his eyes had given him a bright and clear look. Indeed, someone had been killed and turned into ashes. However, that person was not the purple-clad young man. It was Chen Tong, an elder at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage from the Wandering Saint Palace. Ding Jianhong did not expect this at all. He did not expect the purple-clad young man to possess such terrifying strength. He's not a powerhouse at the 5th or 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Now, Ding Jianhong was deeply aware of this point. Ding Jianhong was not the only one who had realized this. Even the old patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace who wanted to stir up trouble in front of Chen Tong had realized this as well. Lord, please spare my life. Lord, please spare my life. When Duan Lingtian looked at the old patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace calmly, the old patrolling disciple trembled violently before he fell to his knees. He kept kowtowing to Duan Lingtian as he begged for mercy. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, the old patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace could not muster up the courage to resist at all. What a joke! Even an elder at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage like Chen Tong was killed in 2 moves, let alone a mere cultivator at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage like him. It was precisely because of this that he had tossed his dignity to the back of his mind and only begged the purple-clad young man before him to spare his life. Humph! Duan Ling Tian snorted coldly in response to the old elder's question. When the elder heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he was so frightened that his body stiffened. His eyes widened as a look of despair appeared on his face. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the others, no one saw Duan Ling Tian's movement. It was as though a gust of wind had blown past the kneeling elder from the Wandering Saint Palace. A thunderous sound rang in the air as the wind blew past the kneeling elder. After the loud explosion, the elder from the Wandering Saint Palace disappeared as though he had vanished into thin air. All that was left behind was a lonely spatial ring. The entire place fell silent again. The remaining 4 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace, led by Ding Jianhong, did not even dare to breathe loudly. They did not even dare to look at Duan Lingtian. All of them lowered their heads as though they were waiting for Duan Lingtian's verdict. Wow! Daddy is so strong. He actually managed to chase them away. Duan Xiling danced in Duan Lingtian's arms. Her delicate face was filled with excitement. In her eyes, she only thought that it was her father who had chased them away, and not that he had killed them to the point where not even a speck of dust remained. Chased them away! When the 4 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace heard Duan Xiling's words, they could only smile wryly. Was this young lady joking? Did she not see how the spatial ring would automatically remove its owner after the person was gone? Chem! All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have sensed something as he looked in the direction of the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. After a few moments, swoosh, swoosh, accompanied by 2 swift whistling sounds, 2 ghostly figures flew over from afar, one in front and one behind. The speed of one of them was much faster than the speed of the other. He was the first to arrive at the place where Duan Lingtian and the others were. Who killed my Wandering Saint Palace's disciple? The person asked in a deep voice as soon as he appeared. Elder Lin Yuan. Elder Lin Yuan. When the person appeared, Ding Jianhong and the other patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace who were originally anxious felt relieved. They immediately bowed respectfully at the person who had just arrived. The person who had just arrived was an old man with white hair and eyebrows. He was dressed in a long robe and had a youthful complexion. He looked like an immortal. The 4 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace were relieved because the old man was one of the strongest elders in the Wandering Saint Palace. He was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Swoosh. Another person arrived after Elder Lin Yuan from the Wandering Saint Palace. Elder Peng Lai. Elder Peng Lai. The 4 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace immediately bowed at the person who had just arrived. This person was also an elder from the Wandering Saint Palace. His name was Peng Lai, and he was a short and muscular middle-aged man. Naturally, his cultivation base was slightly lower than Lin Yuan's since he was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Ding Jianhong, did you crush the communication jade slip and say that someone killed our Wandering Saint Palace's disciple, Chenan? Peng Lai asked in a deep voice as he looked at Ding Jianhong. When Ding Jianhong heard Peng Lai's words, he could not help but look at the purple-clad young man who was holding a little girl in his arms. Peng Lai and Lin Yuan followed Ding Jianhong's gaze and looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's pupils shrank, and then he roared out, his voice full of anger. In his eyes, waves of hatred and anger rose up, as if they could burn everything. At this moment, Lin Yuan did not look like he was looking at someone who had killed a disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace. He looked more like he was looking at his father's murderer. What's going on? Elder Lin Yuan. Does he know this purple-clad young man? Upon seeing Lin Yuan's reaction, Elder Peng Lai, Ding Jianhong, and the other patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace were dumbfounded. They did not know what was going on at all. Based on Lin Yuan's reaction, it seemed like he knew the purple-clad young man for a long time. Moreover, it seemed like there was a deep grudge between them. Duan Lingtian. Peng Lai regained his senses after a while. He found the name familiar. In the end, he seemed to have recalled something, and his eyes narrowed. I remember, the person who killed Elder Lin Yuan's grandson, Lin Qigang, seems to be called Duan Lingtian. Could it be him? Peng Lai's heart skipped a beat when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. You know me. On the other side, Duan Lingtian had a stupefied expression. When the elder from the Wandering Saint Palace saw him, not only did he call out his name, but he even glared at him with hatred. It was as though there was a grudge between them for killing his son and stealing his wife. Duan Lingtian was certain. This was definitely his first time meeting the elder from the Wandering Saint Palace. Of course, I know you. Lin Yuan was so angry that he laughed. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, "A year ago, my grandson, Lin Qigang, was killed by you. I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door after a year. It seems like the heavens have been kind to me." When Lin Yuan finished speaking, his killing intent soared into the sky. It was mixed with devil chi that seemed capable of piercing through the heavens. Lin Qigang? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Although the name sounded familiar, he could not recall where he had heard it from. Apart from Elder Peng Lai, the other disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace who were patrolling the area narrowed their eyes in shock when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. This Duan Lingtian. Is he the one who killed Elder Lin Yuan's grandson, Lin Qigang? I heard Elder Lin Yuan's grandson was killed outside the ruin that was suspected to be left behind by a celestial-grade saint inscription master. Moreover, he was killed by a human devil who was even stronger than Miss Wenjing. I didn't expect him to be the culprit. Is there something wrong with this Duan Lingtian's brain? He wants to join the Wandering Saint Palace after killing Elder Lin Yuan's grandson? Humph. Don't forget he's a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage like Elder Lin Yuan. The problem is, when he killed Elder Lin Yuan's grandson, Lin Qigang, he also killed Elder He Qing's son, He Senjie, and Elder Lu Wei's grandson, Sichu Yuji. He dares to come to the Wandering Saint Palace after offending 3 elders at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? He's really bold. The patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace whispered among themselves. Although their voices were not loud, Duan Lingtian and the others could clearly hear them. Elder He Qing? Elder Peng Lai shook his head inwardly when he heard the whispers of the patrolling disciples from the wandering Saint Palace. That Elder He Qing had already died a year ago. His soul pearl was discovered to have shattered a year ago. The palace master of the wandering Saint Palace had even sent a few elders to investigate the cause of his death. However, they did not manage to find anything. He Qing was an elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage after all. He was one of the pillars of the wandering Saint Palace. For this reason, the wandering Saint Palace had kept his death a secret. For this reason, the disciples from the wandering Saint Palace were unaware of his death. So, you're that person's grandfather. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian when he heard the whispers of the patrolling disciples from the wandering Saint Palace as he looked at Lin Yuan again. As for Elder Lin Qing, he should be the elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage whom I killed a year ago, right? That person should be He Sen Jie's father. However, these disciples from the wandering Saint Palace don't seem to know that Lin Qing is dead. Chapter 2272. A powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? At the same time, Elder Lin Yuan and Elder Peng Lai frowned when they heard a disciple whispering to each other. After a series of voice transmissions, they finally learned what had happened. Elder Chen Tong from Wandering Saint Palace, who was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, was killed by Duan Lingtian in just 2 moves. Duan Lingtian's strength is actually so terrifying. Peng Lai's expression changed drastically. Although he had heard that Duan Lingtian was stronger than Miss Wenjing was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage after all. She was not as strong as Chen Tong. However, today, Duan Lingtian had killed Chen Tong in just 2 moves. How could he not be shocked? Duan Lingtian's cultivation base is most likely at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Peng Lai thought to himself. However, even if his cultivation base has broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I don't think he's a match for Elder Lin Yuan. If Elder Lin Yuan fought Chen Tong in a death duel, I'm afraid Elder Lin Yuan would be able to kill Chen Tong in just 1 move. However, Duan Lingtian only needed 2 moves to kill Chen Tong. Peng Lai was filled with confidence when he thought about this. Although Duan Lingtian is also at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he might not be as strong as Elder Lin Yuan. That's right. Although Elder Lin Yuan isn't at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he has been at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage for quite some time now. He's definitely stronger than Duan Lingtian. With Elder Lin Yuan's strength, he would only need 1 move to kill Chen Tong. In comparison, Duan Lingtian is indeed weaker. A few patrolling disciples from Wandering Saint Palace whispered among themselves. Based on their words, it was obvious they were confident in Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had similar thoughts as well. Duan Lingtian. Lin Yuan stared at Duan Lingtian with a gaze as cold as the edge of a blade. Even if you're at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I'll still kill you to appease my grandson's soul in heaven. At the same time, Lin Yuan's body exuded a fierce and terrifying aura. His saint qi surged like boiling water, and his demonic qi soared into the sky. Shut. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian said impatiently in a low voice, "Brother Lingtian." In the next moment, elementary devouring tactic. As soon as Lin Yuan mobilized the saint origin in his body, Duan Lingtian cast his assist-type divine ability at lightning speed, causing a whirlpool to appear in the air and merge with his body. During this process, Duan Lingtian's 99 saint veins played a crucial role. Before Lin Yuan could fully mobilize the saint origin in his body, not only did Duan Lingtian fully mobilize his saint origin, but he also cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. As soon as the elementary devouring tactic was activated, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings surged toward Duan Lingtian and entered his body. It temporarily became a part of Duan Lingtian's sun saint origin. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's sun saint origin had risen to the level of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In fact, it was not inferior to Lin Yuan's saint origin that was about to be fully activated. Not only was it not inferior to Lin Yuan's Sun Saint origin, but it was even stronger. When the group of people from Wandering Saint Palace saw Duan Lingtian's momentum, they thought Duan Lingtian was going to fight Lin Yuan. However, a shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. Golden crow's wings. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a pair of flaming wings appeared on Duan Lingtian's back. As he flapped them, the sound of air exploding reverberated in the air. Duan Lingtian, Ke, and Gan'er Yang, who were next to him, followed the sound of air exploding as they flew into the distance. Duan Xiling, who was in Duan Lingtian's arms, Ke, and Gan'er Yang were all brought along by Duan Lingtian. His trying to escape. When the group of people from Wandering Saint Palace saw this, the same thought appeared in their minds. Trying to escape. At this moment, Lin Yuan had also activated his saint origin. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as a smirk appeared on his face. He instantly cast his movement technique and divine ability. Before this, Yang Kai had also cast his own assist-type divine abilities to further enhance his saint chi. Swoosh! Lin Yuan's figure swayed, creating a loud and heavy sound as he tore through the air. Boom! 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 When Lin Yuan's body moved, there was naturally a violent friction with the air, which then set off a series of dense air explosions. Elder Lin Yuan is indeed stronger than Duan Lingtian. Elder Peng Lai of Wandering Saint Palace thought to himself when he saw Lin Yuan's speed was faster than Duan Lingtian's. However, he seemed to have overlooked something important. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was not moving alone. He was bringing along 3 burdens with him. However, Peng Lai's eyes widened when he saw Duan Lingtian. This was because he saw Duan Lingtian stopping in the distance. When he moved again, his speed was already on par with Lin Yuan's. He's bringing 3 people with him. At the same time, Peng Lai finally noticed the 3 people Duan Lingtian was bringing with him. He gulped nervously. After he changed places, the heaven and earth spirit energy in that area stirred and was absorbed by him. What's his assist-type divine ability? Why is the heaven and earth spirit energy in that area not enough for him? After all, Peng Lai was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Based on what he had seen earlier, it did not take him long to figure this out. Since Peng Lai had noticed it, Lin Yuan had noticed it as well. How's this possible? Lin Yuan's pupils shrank, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. However, his hatred for Duan Lingtian overshadowed this ominous feeling. His assist-type divine ability must have raised his saint origin to its limit. Even if I can't catch up to him, he won't be able to escape under my watch. When the effect of his assist-type divine ability wears off, he'll die. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan continued to chase after Duan Lingtian. During this time, Lin Yuan discovered Duan Lingtian had changed places to use his assist-type divine ability to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. Initially, Peng Lai was terrified. He thought Duan Lingtian's strength would increase by using his assist-type divine ability. However, when he discovered Duan Lingtian's speed was still the same as his, he could not help but sneer. You're just playing tricks on me. As long as Duan Lingtian's strength did not increase, Lin Yuan was not afraid at all. However, did Duan Lingtian's strength not increase at all? Naturally, the answer was no. In fact, when Duan Lingtian changed places for the 2nd time and absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings, his speed was much faster than Lin Yuan's. However, he did not do that. He did not think it was necessary. As long as he maintained the same speed as Lin Yuan would not be able to catch up to him. At the same time, he could use his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to improve his saint origin. His saint origin would be comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lin Yuan chased after Duan Lingtian like a cat chasing a mouse. The patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace were dazzled when they saw this. Although they could not see Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's figures clearly, they could vaguely sense their speed was about the same. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would have caught up to Duan Lingtian or Duan Lingtian would have escaped. Duan Lingtian's speed seems to be much faster than before. He's relying on his assist-type divine ability to increase his speed. Once the effect of his assist-type divine ability wears off, he'll return to his original state. However, his assist-type divine ability is really amazing. Even though he's carrying 3 people, he's still able to keep up with Elder Lin Yuan. It's really amazing. The 4 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace, including Ding Jianhong, began to discuss among themselves again. At the same time, they were also watching the battle intently. Although they could not see anything clearly, they could vaguely hear the sound of 2 figures tearing through the air one after the other. They did not even blink as they continued to watch the battle. It was as though they were afraid of missing out on something. But now, they had overlooked another problem. After the effect of his assist-type divine ability wore off, Duan Lingtian would return to his original state and Lin Yuan would catch up to him. Why did he not run away? Why was he running in circles on the spot? About 10 breaths later, Duan Lingtian had cast his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. It's done. Duan Lingtian had finally raised his saint origin to the point where it was comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian's confidence was boosted when his body was filled with explosive saint origin. Whoosh! He paused for a moment and turned around to look at Lin Yuan, who was chasing after him. What's he doing? Could it be that the effect of his assist-type divine ability has worn off? He knows he can't escape, so he decided to fight Elder Lin Yuan head-on? That's possible. Apart from the patrolling disciples, even Elder Peng Lai of the Wandering Saint Palace shared the same thoughts. Only the person involved, Elder Lin Yuan of the Wandering Saint Palace, felt more and more uneasy. Whoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand. It was 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. Condense. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian channeled his sun saint origin that was comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage into the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. In the next moment, go. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Swoosh, swoosh. Chapter 2273. Swoosh. The sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. Lin Yuan, the elder from Wandering Saint Palace, who was pursuing Duan Lingtian, suddenly felt as though he was being targeted by a terrifying aura. Oh, no! Lin Yuan's expression changed drastically. His saint origin surged with devil chi and formed a shield in front of him. The shield was so huge that it seemed to be able to support the sky. You're not much stronger than the elder from Wandering Saint Palace who I killed a year ago. He's He Sen Jie's father. These words rang in Lin Yuan's ears as soon as he heard the sound of a sword whistling in the air. It was none other than Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. He Sen Jie's father? Wasn't that He Qing? He Qing was killed by him. Just as this thought subconsciously appeared in Lin Yuan's mind, he suddenly realized something. A loud explosion interrupted his train of thought. He didn't even have time to react when a sword light flashed past his eyes. Bang! Immediately after, the defensive technique that he hastily put up was also shattered under the bombardment of the sword light. After the huge shield completely condensed from Saint Qi was disintegrated, the sword light continued to fly towards Lin Yuan without slowing down in the slightest. No! Lin Yuan cried out in despair. He did not even have time to react before his glabella was pierced, leaving behind a bloody hole. Swoosh! As soon as the bloody hole appeared between Lin Yuan's glabella, a soul that looked exactly like him flew out of his body. It was none other than Lin Yuan. When he realized he would not be able to dodge the sword ray, he had decisively abandoned his body and cast the soul detachment technique that was unique to powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage to escape. However, would he be able to escape? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Duan Lingtian, who was carrying Duan Sailing, had already appeared before Lin Yuan's glabella was pierced by the sword ray. It was as though he was crossing heaven and earth with each step he took. In just a blink of an eye, he was already near Lin Yuan. Soul escape. Duan Lingtian didn't seem surprised at all when he saw Lin Yuan's soul leave his body before his body was killed. Instead, he sneered. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian hugged his daughter, Duan Sailing, tightly in his arms as he raised his right hand and struck Lin Yuan's body and soul with his palm. Immediately, bang! A loud, muffled sound was heard. At the same time, waves of majestic saint origin surged out of Duan Lingtian's right palm like a surging river. Wave after wave, it was endless. No. Lin Yuan's soul, which had just escaped from his body, let out a cry of despair in the face of the destructive power that swept over like a vast ocean. The next moment, whether it was his body or soul, it was like a lone boat in the vast sea that was drowned by a wave. During this entire process, he did not even cause the slightest ripple. Lin Yuan, an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace and a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was dead. Lin Yuan was the second elder of the Wandering Saint Palace who was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage that Duan Lingtian had killed in the past year. He's dead. Among the people present on the scene, only Peng Lai, an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace, clearly saw how Duan Lingtian killed Lin Yuan. For this reason, he was the most shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian killing Lin Yuan. Could it be that Duan Lingtian was toying with elder Lin Yuan from the beginning? When Peng Lai looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with horror. After he came to a stop for the last time, not only did he not continue to flee, he turned around and attacked elder Lin Yuan with lightning speed. He easily destroyed elder Lin Yuan's body when elder Lin Yuan cast the soul detaching technique that's unique to powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He easily killed elder Lin Yuan. Thinking of the scene just now, Peng Lai's pupils shrank again and again, and his heart trembled. Terrifying. This was too terrifying. Elder Lin Yuan was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage after all. In the entire Wandering Saint Palace, the only person who could kill elder Lin Yuan so easily was the palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace. Although I'm not sure if Duan Lingtian is a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, one thing is certain. After Duan Lingtian cast his assist-type divine ability, his strength is comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from the palace master, I'm afraid no one in the entire Wandering Saint Palace is a match for him. Peng Lai's heart skipped a beat when he thought of this. Peng Lai's heart skipped a beat. Meanwhile, the 4 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace, including Ding Jianhong, did not see Duan Lingtian's movements, but they knew elder Lin Yuan had been killed by Duan Lingtian. What's going on? What's going on? Wasn't Duan Lingtian being chased by elder Lin Yuan earlier? Not only did he attack elder Lin Yuan, but he even killed him in just a blink of an eye. Elder Lin Yuan died just like that. It only took him a few moments to kill elder Lin Yuan. Is Duan Lingtian a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Doesn't that mean he's at the same level as our palace master? The hearts of the patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace twitched when they saw Duan Lingtian collecting Lin Yuan's spatial ring with just a wave of his hand. They began to discuss among themselves after a while. Apart from being shocked by Duan Lingtian's ability to kill Lin Yuan, an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace, in such a short time, they suspected Duan Lingtian was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Otherwise, how could he have killed elder Lin Yuan in such a short time? Even if elder Lin Yuan is the strongest powerhouse below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Human Devil clan, Xing Yuan Ba, the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, it's impossible for him to kill elder Lin Yuan in such a short time. I agree. No matter how strong Xing Yuan Ba is, he's only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if he's at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it's impossible for him to kill elder Lin Yuan so easily. The 2 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace chimed in. Due to this reason, they were even more certain. The purple-clad young man, Duan Lingtian, was most likely a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace were shocked. On the other hand, Ke and Ganayu Yang were not surprised at all. Their expressions remained calm. This was because they knew Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was not a big deal for him to kill an elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With his strength, if he wants to join our Wandering Saint Palace, even Lord Palace Master would personally welcome him. However, we're not only refusing him entry, but we're also provoking him, Duan Ling Tian said. While Ding Zhenhong sighed, he could not help but mutter softly. His voice was not loud, so the other 3 patrolling disciples did not hear what he said. However, Elder Peng Lai, a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, heard Ding Zhenhong's words clearly. Duan Lingtian wants to join the Wandering Saint Palace? Peng Lai's eyes widened when he heard Ding Zhenhong's words. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Ding Zhenhong. Previously, he had rushed over from the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. All he knew was that Duan Lingtian had killed a disciple and an elder from the Wandering Saint Palace. He did not know that Duan Lingtian wanted to join the Wandering Saint Palace. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian had intentionally come to provoke the Wandering Saint Palace. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to join the Wandering Saint Palace. Yes. Ding Zhenhong quickly replied through voice transmission. He did not dare to be negligent. Since he's here to join the Wandering Saint Palace, why did he kill Chen En? Peng Lai was puzzled by this. It should be Chen En who blasphemed his woman. I believe Elder Peng Lai has heard of Chen En as well. He's extremely obsessed with women, and when he saw such a pair of gorgeous sisters, he probably thought that they didn't have any background. So, it's normal for him to go a little overboard with his words. Ding Zhenhong smiled wryly through voice transmission. Damn it. I can't believe it. Peng Lai's expression darkened when he heard Ding Zhenhong's reply. He did not doubt Ding Zhenhong's words at all. After all, it was impossible for a powerhouse like Duan Lingtian to kill a disciple of the Wandering Saint Palace for no reason when he wanted to join the Wandering Saint Palace. That Wandering Saint Palace's disciple, Chen En, must have crossed the line and was killed by him. It's good that he's dead. It's good that he's dead. It's also good that Chen Tong died because he didn't teach his son well. At this moment, Peng Lai only felt the deaths of Chen Tong and Chen En were purely due to their own actions. It's a pity for Elder Lin Yuan. If Duan Lingtian had joined the Wandering Saint Palace and displayed his strength, Elder Lin Yuan wouldn't have killed him even if he had a deep grudge with him. When Peng Lai recalled Lin Yuan who was killed by Duan Lingtian, he felt it was a pity. He believed that Duan Lingtian was not a weakling. Even if Lin Yuan had a grudge with Duan Lingtian, as long as Duan Lingtian had the strength to suppress Lin Yuan would not dare to seek revenge from Duan Lingtian. Everyone was afraid of death. Moreover, it was such a worthless death. Lord Duan Lingtian, why you intend to join the Wandering Saint Palace? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.